amazing to have all of you here on a sunny day, on a sunny Saturday, Saturning day, day of Saturn, and just amazing in a time of which would be the dry season in a time 4000 before the Gregorian calendar. It used to be a season when reflection would be on after the flooding time and after the harvesting time, at least in the case for Kemetic civilizations and the further ones who shared lands, Assyrians, Persians. And now what we want to understand is how this time that was shared is still there in particles, as when you transform, when you pass a time on Earth, nothing disappears, it just transforms. And so it will be an interesting exercise to reconnect with what has been gone in different particles. And having you here in a city of Berlin, in a space where we want to reflect and act and be together, it's just a moment of joy to have you here in the physical space of Savvy Contemporary, that in Wedding and within Berlin thinks about how can we, in a society that has been marked by trauma, by war, by ideologies of division, how can we understand that we are connected? There's so much more to us than what we see. In this special time also where, unfortunately, also much is coming through again of difficult exercises, of sharing spaces, of understanding that what is time is a cycle, is a repetition. It is not what is mechanic. So it might be also a bit of a time of an introduction to let your soul arrive, as for some civilizations it takes about 30 minutes, just a more or less reference, until your soul will also meet your body in a space. And with that, I would like to welcome you in the Savvy Contemporary space in Berlin again, and the ones who are in the virtual space online. I'm here joined by my colleague Kelly Krugman. Maybe Kelly, you will then say my name. I usually tend to not talk about me from my perspective. I think also today will be also all about this, the mirroring, how we understand what is in between us and what relates us. And so Kelly Krugman, who is also the curator of the exhibition called 4 + 3 = 1.
Shall I? So in the essence of the mirroring that Arlette was just speaking on, 4 + 3, and now echoes. So yes, thank you, Arlette, and to continue the 4 + 3 = 1 and its long title, the following is: there are stories to be forged for common denominators to come forth and social balance to be restored. As Arlette has been mentioning, there are many different ways that we can think through memory and intergenerational forms of wounds, reparation. And in this project, we looked towards ancestral cosmologies beyond the West and the stories that they hold that are living and that are non-static, and that we receive and transmit in many morphed forms depending on how it is that we listen and how it is that we interpret and what we need to receive from them. It brings to mind Trinity Minh, who was a focal point in the research process for myself and also a fundamental figure for many of us at Savvy, a Vietnamese filmmaker, philosopher, feminist author, and she wrote on the ways that stories can refresh us, the ways that baths can also nourish our bodies and cleanse our bodies. So in this project, we look towards storytelling in its many forms, whether in the shapes of music, of mythology, of transmissions that are embodied and beyond the human, also in relation to the microbacterial, to plant life, to the solar, as Arlette mentioned, the sky, to the earth. And This is a big backdrop to where we find ourselves today, which is the invocations portion of the multi-format project. Yesterday was the finale of the exhibition, where we find ourselves sitting and standing. And in order to further invoke the full day that we have, I will read a poem of M. Norbisi Philip, and then welcome my colleague Magna to the stage to recite and read the names of all of the Savvy team members, which we always also do as a part of our ritual process. Hold we to the center of remembrance that forgets the never that severs, word from the source, and never forgets the witness of broken utterances that passed before and now, breaks the culture of silence in the ordeal of testimony. In the history of circles, each point lies along the circumference, diameter or radius. Each word creates a center, circumscribed by memory and history, waits at rest always, still at the center. History, historia, narrative, story, narration, account, from Greek, learning by inquiry, knowledge obtained by inquiry, account of one's inquiries, narration, historical narrative, history, memory, memoir, memoria, memory, murmur, mindful, which stands for mimur and derives from IE, murs, myrrh, reduplication of base smur, to care for, be anxious about, think, consider, remember, commemorate, remember. Also, martyr, mourn. Without memory, can there be history? M. Norbisi Philip, she tries her tongue, her silence softly breaks. So I pass to Arlette, and then to Meghna we bring along.
Yes, it's about how silence is not the end of words, but giving space, as in the darkness of what will then become a form, crystallized. And with that, I would like to thank the ones who with us will invoke all the spirits that have transformed and are still there, and the many particles, and with that come together to crystallize again into a glass, into a sound bowl, into a loop station of the cycle for the memory, memoria, murmur. And first name the artist who will share their own experience and vocations to invoke with us. Today we are with Wynton Kelly Stevenson, Rona Geffen, Sarah Wesley, Loulou Sylla, Sona Tatoyan and Mehyar Abboud, and then Mehyar Abboud and his brother Alaa in a known concert. We're also joined by Aída, Bueno, Sarduy, Clémentine, Dusabejambo, and then we have Chikako, Kaido, and Jascha Viehstädt. And last not least, Devika Chotoe, here with us and with the ones present in the bedding Savvy Contemporary space, because Savvy Contemporary is manifold and beyond any architectonic space. And so now to invoke the first guest, Wynton Kelly Stevenson. There's a lot to say about you, Wynton. Please first welcome Wynton Kelly Stevenson. In short, I will give a short perception about you, and in every corner, at least in Neukölln, in Kreuzberg, one could meet you, how you would actually really vibrate the air, as I would say. And I think it's 10 years ago, more actually, in 2010, that I saw your first concert in Fuchsbau. Fuchs und Elster, I always say Fuchsbau, it's Fuchs und Elster, and then Lux, and then also Café Blume nearby Hasenheide. And I was always interested in how much actually everything you do is about being, you know, with the people. It's not necessarily being booked in mega venues, but how you would just, you know, have a chat and understand how you connect But then also the music was so dense that I could see there's jazz involved, there's maybe also a bit of blues involved, there's beatbox, hip hop, and you would all usually also play in a duo. So there's a lot to say about you. You will also have the chance in the program there to read in depth your short biography. But I would just like to give you the space to let your own vibrations be there in the space. And thank you for being here.
Hello. Hi, guys, ladies and gentlemen, others and humans. My name is Wynton Kelly Stevenson. I've been playing harmonica for a long, long time, a loop station in Berlin for since 2009, and I love to play music. I come from music, I come from art, and I come from community. My mom raised me right. So I'm gonna play some stuff for you, and hopefully you like it. This song is called Breathe. I wrote the song because of Corona and everyone with their masks and this, that. And I want everyone to relax and just breathe. And don't forget, because if you forget how to breathe, then you're dead. So The song is called Breathe. Thank you. Don't forget to breathe. Thank you again. I don't know how much time I have. I'm having fun. You having fun? Good. This song is a song that my father wrote for the late, great Nina Simone. And it's called I'm Gonna Leave You, because soon we all gotta go. And yeah, he wrote this song. He wrote lots of songs for a lot of jazz cats. And his name was Rudy Stevenson, and he wrote this for Nina Simone. It's called I'm Gonna Leave You.
Gonna leave you.
It's true. It's true. It's true.
I'm gonna leave you. I'm gonna leave you. Yes, I'm gonna. I'm gonna leave you, 'cause I wanna. And I'm aware. People love me, and I'll stay. stay there. 'Cause I think they love me. No more heartbreak. No more headache. Satisfaction. Is what I'm asking.
And I don't know what else to say. Thank you so much, Savvy Contemporary. Peace. I'm out.
Check. Wynton, wow. I think there's some songs that you composed like in 10 years ago, right? I have still a CD of your live concert at the Looks and...
Yeah, I mix up a lot of stuff in my head. There's a lot of stuff up here, and it comes out here a lot. I try to play a lot of my father's songs recently because now his songs are my songs, and yeah, just stick with the family, stick with the community, and keep going.
Indeed, you once explained that it was a technique from your father that you got and you translated into the harmonica. Can you tell a bit about this? What was this?
Well, my father told me always to play through pedals, and I play synthesizer, and I went and bought a pedal and plugged it into my piano, and I thought that's what he meant. And then when I came to Berlin, he was like, "Did you get the pedal?" I said, "Yeah, I played it in my piano, but it didn't make any." He said, "No, play it through harmonica. Play harmonica through the pedals." So he taught me to play through delay pedals and distortion and all this other stuff. And then he convinced me to get a loop station.
So for the ones from the US, for instance, who are just tuning in, they might wonder, are you related with your name to Wynton Stevenson? And there's also kind of an anecdote behind the pianist, jazz pianist.
Wynton Kelly. Wynton Kelly was my father's best friend, and Wynton Kelly played for Miles Davis, and my father wrote a lot of songs for Wynton, And when he died, my father and my mom said, let's name him Wynton Kelly Stevenson. So yeah, that's the connection between Wynton Kelly and Rudy Stevenson, is that they were best friends. And yeah, Wynton passed in 1972, and then I was born in 73, so yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much for being here. Actually, you have a next concert just in some hours.
I'm playing, in a couple hours, I'm playing the Blues Train Festival. It's someplace in Mitte or Kreuzberg, so I have to find out my directions and go home and then go there. It's getting busy again, which is great. So thank you for your lovely ears, hearing my crazy music. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. See you very soon. Thank you. Wynton Kelly Stevenson.
I think it's on now. Hi, I forgot to do this earlier, but this is just the shout out for the Savvy team, who parts of whom are here, parts of whom are in the city, parts of whom are elsewhere. But Savvy Contemporary is Elena Agudio, Linhan Balatbat Helbok, Bonabel, Cecilia Bien, Onur Chimen, Bilga Emir, Sagal Farah, Billy Fobo, Raisa Calofre, Juan Pablo Garcia Sosas, Hubert Gromny, Hajra Haider Karar, Anna Yeager, Kemani Joseph, Aditi Kapoor, Laura Klöckner, Kelly Krugman, Mokia Laisin, Rafael Lazar, Antonio Mendez, Camila Metvali, Danielis Hernandez, Nancy Nasser Aldin, Arlette Louise Ndakoze, Bonaventure So Bejeng Dikung, Abhishek Nilambar, Matthias Rademasher, Lema Sikod, Meghna Singh, Lily Somogi, and Ola Shilenska. We also want to say thank you to the Boiling Head Media team who are doing our live streaming today, to Axel Thoresen who's doing sound, to Thomas Savitt for light, and Aída who is helping in the back. And I'm going to hand over to Onur now, who will introduce our next artist.
Hi everyone, welcome again. Now we are going to continue with the sonic, and we are going to listen to a piece called The Sound is the Scenery, which is a planetary composition incorporating frequencies produced by tuning forks and chimes using sound healing practices, as well as other traditional sound healing tools like percussions and chants. Initially performed and composed for the immersive and acclaimed 4D sound, the composition combines symbols and archetypes from various cultures and practices with sound to create an evolving harmony, an in and out and personal communal connection and synchronization, aiming to provide self-empowerment and consciousness expansion. It's going to be performed by Rona Geffen. Rona Geffen is a musician, sound researcher, and sound healer. Geffen is a certified sound healing practitioner and studied various methodologies and instruments in sound medicine, vibrational acupuncture, sound healing with planetary calibrated tuning forks according to acoustics methods. And now we're going to listen to her.
Hello, hello. Okay, the mic is here. Thank you so much, Rona, for this massive journey through vibration and sound. I feel that many of us are moving from a transition out of trance. And I had heard you'd need something like 10 minutes for the next transition, or we're recommending that amount for us to process what we just experienced. So I would welcome everyone to move to the bar, get some drinks, and then we will have our next contribution in the next 10 minutes or so. So yes, stay with us. Thank you. Hello, hello. It's not going yet. I think maybe it needs more volume. Now? Yes. Okay, very loud. We are moving now into the next contribution, so you're more than welcome to find a seat or eventually to join us on the mats in front of us. Before I introduce the next performer, I do want to do a little bit of a pragmatic note and ask everyone to keep watch of your belongings, be mindful of your things, because unfortunately we've had past events where there have been some thefts. I trust and hope no one in this room, but just to be mindful. Our next contribution is Sarah Wesley. Sarah Wesley is giving a Kemetic yoga session entitled Here We Are. In ancient cultures, we find that the alchemical processes of creation were infused with intention and information from across disciplines. All things interconnected. Science with spirituality, spirituality with art, art and beauty infused mutually. Whether it was architecture, music, landscaping, public and city design, medicine, or beyond. One of the greatest and original expressions of this interconnectedness is generously exemplified in the complexity of the human design. Humans are privileged to be consciously aware of their visceral, primal, and mortal body, while simultaneously witnessing the experiences and the pursuit of the supernatural, the immortal, the timeless. This piece is designed to be an elemental experience in interconnectedness, of bridging both the higher and the lower natures that exist in the human being through visuals, sound, movement, and breath. Combining studies and inspiration of ancient wisdom, traditional yoga with development of music, storytelling, and mindfulness, we move from the modern day and come together into an atmospheric reflection of the ancestral. Here we are. Sarah Wesley is a wellness practitioner, yoga and meditation teacher, using the mediums of movement, sound, storytelling, and breath to explore the themes of consciousness, ancient wisdom, mythology, self-discovery, and mindfulness. She's trained as an African shamanic Kemetic yoga and meditation teacher and an initiate in the awakening of divine feminine sexual power, the foundation of sacred sexuality work. Co-founder of the wellness collective Return to Kemet, Sarah leads transformational retreats that are elemental experiences in ancient wisdom technologies, alchemy, ritual, art, ceremony, and modern and ancient philosophy. She holds a degree in communication and media studies from Rutgers University, as well as in philosophy. I would welcome Sarah onto the stage with us, the metaphorical stage. So far, I'm not seeing her yet. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Testing. There we go. All of you in the seats, I invite you to sit up as tall as you can, aligning the spine, stacked, nice and stacked. Yes, beautiful, beautiful. For this practice, we magnified while you sit in this position. Throughout this practice, we will be activating the microhealing organs that flows throughout each and every single one of us. I see you three in the front are already in a comedic posture, which is considered sesh, so welcome. Clearly the ancestral knowledge is moving through you all already. Let's all take a deep inhale in through our nose. And exhale, release through the mouth. Another deep inhale in through the nose. Even if you're sitting in the seats as well, let's drop the hands down to our side, palms facing the outside of us. Inhale and reach the arms above the head, slow and steady, until your fingertips come all the way to touch. Hold here as we inhale even deeper. Hold the breath, hold the life force in. Exhale, slowly bring the hands over the head, past the crown and the third eye, into the heart space. It's no coincidence that all of us are here today in this space, whether you're in the front, whether you're in the back. For some reason, all of these souls have been called together to have this experience. For everyone, let's take a deep inhale in through the nose. Expanding the chest, hold the breath, and exhale, release. Legend has it that the temples in ancient Egypt were built to exist in 4 dimensions, utilizing the dimension of time, dimension of space, utilizing the dimensions beyond this realm. Frozen music and its architecture. The ancients knew of the interconnectedness of it all. And we find that within the human being, within the human soul. A beautiful cohesion between physicality and primordial eternal essence. Dropping the hands down to our side. Bringing the hands in front, gently placed. Release the toes up and let's sit back on our heels. Bring the arms up, above, beautiful, and down, all the way down until they reach your thighs. Great. So as we sit in this posture, we are royal. All of us kings and queens in our own right. the rarity of being incarnated here on this earth. 1 in 100 trillion. Recognize your divinity and your royalty in this position of the pharaohs. You'll find this posture in King Tut's tomb, Ramses II, Amenhotep III. You'll find this posture amongst the queens of Egypt, Nefertari, Queen T, Nefertiti, all of the great. Inhale, arms come up, and exhale, we're going to bend at the hips and come forward, elbows down. Great. Palms down, connecting with the earth. The earth in the ancient Kemetic terminology is called Father Geb. Father Geb represents all of the earthly forces of nature. And as you might notice, we are currently in a Sphinx position. The Sphinx position is an important one. The Sphinx is strategically located in front of the pyramids of Giza, the protector of the underworld, of the Duat, also the holder of the subconscious and the secrets that so many of us are afraid to enter into, but diamonds are created in the darkness. Inhale, reach the arms up, reach them, just above you, and come all the way down until your forehead comes onto the mat. And then bring the tips of your fingers together, and then bring a pyramid with your thumbs like such. This is also a Kemetic posture. Connecting the forehead or the third eye down to the earth, we inhale and release all of the stress of the day, all of the energy that's been accumulated that we no longer need in our lives. All of the thoughts, all of the negative thoughts, the self-limiting beliefs, allow that to move through the forehead into the earth for it to be neutralized, for this was the belief system of the ancients. All is mind, and all things can be created or transformed and alchemized through the power of thought. Deep inhale in through the nose, hold the breath, and exhale, release. Inhale, slowly bring the arms up, all the way up, fingertips to touch. Exhale, rotate the palms out and down. There you go. As soon as the palms reach the floor, rotate the palms up. Inhale, floating and flying like the wings of Osset. Some of you may know her as Isis. Rotate the palms out and down. Expanding the chest. Every inhale, we're bringing the life force in through the chest and out, outstretched through the arms. The fingertips to touch, rotate and exhale once again. Arms come down, beautiful. Embodying the divine feminine. Inhale, bring the arms up in front of you. And exhale, bring the hands down into the heart space. Hold here. Inhale, arms come in front of you. Tuck the toes under. And we're going to lift ourselves back and up. Forward bend. Inhale, slowly bring the arms all the way up above the head. Expanding up, rotate the palms out and down, and this time rotate the wrists. This is called the sun's horizon. Inhale, arms come up, and exhale, release as the arms come down, rotating the wrists. Inhale into the heart space. And now we will move into one of my absolute favorite comedic postures, which is the goddess pose of immortality. The goddess pose of immortality represents the divine feminine within us. And yes, men, you also have a beautiful divine feminine rolling throughout your being. Everyone does, no matter your gender. Inhale, let's lift up the left leg. Extend it forward. Hop forward just a bit, bringing the back toe onto its point. Great. And we're going to slowly bring the toe on the mat flatly. Bring the weight to the left side and slowly come down. There you go. Sitting on the heel, facing forward. You may have seen these postures in ancient Egypt on any hieroglyphics, on the tomb walls. Inhale, rotate this elbow into the knee and bring yourself to a twist. I'm going to move myself so you can see. Bring yourself to a twist. Drop the fingers down to touch, gazing ahead, straight line. Hold here where the womb is pulsating right beneath your palms. Closing the eyes, deep inhale in through the nose. The womb being our primordial center. The center of our sacral chakra, our sexual essence, our sacred energy of creativity. This intergalactic gateway that brings life through the portal from the nothingness into creation. Inhale, rotate the elbows out. Bring the fists to a comedic stance. This means that the thumb is over the rest of the fingers. Gazing ahead, you should feel a spinal twist here, aligning the spine, vertebrae on top of vertebrae. Squeeze, inhale, and exhale, release as the hands come up into the pose of Ma'at. Ma'at represents balance, represents dignity, represents the noble, represents the ways in which we can bring harmony to our lives. They say before you go, before you pass on and transition, the heart is weighed against the lightness of the feather. Inhale, bring the arms up into Ka as you rotate the head forward. Great, good job. All right, inhale, rotate all the way forward. There you go. Inhale, breathing into the Ka spirit. Exhale, bring the hands together and into the heart space. Hold here. Deep inhale in through the nose. And exhale, release through the mouth. Now this part is a little bit of a challenge. So I invite you to be gentle with your bodies. We're going to use the power and the force in our left leg to propel us upwards. So inhale, coming up. Back toe is pointed. Good job. Great. And this time we're going to inhale and bring the right leg up. Extend. Hop forward. Same thing on this side. All right. Bringing the back toe flat onto the mat. Exhale, release. And twisting the body this time on the opposite direction. Good job. Inhale, release the elbows out into the pose of Abboud. Goddess pose of immortality. Deep inhale in through the nose. And exhale, release the hands out. Outstretch the arms into Ma'at. Gazing ahead. Holding here. Inhale, rotate the head back to center. Exhale, bring the hands into Ka. Twist the entire body forward. Gazing ahead. Holding here. The Ka spirit represents the spirit or the soul in which transcends the body. This is the spirit that we carry on. This is the spirit that remembers from lifetime to lifetime. So as we sit here in reflection, we think about all of the lifetimes we've lived before this one. All of the information that's carried through, knowing that each and every one of us has all the answers we could ever be looking for. Inhale, expand the chest, and exhale, bring the arms together right in front of you. Inhale, bring the hands into the heart space. Hold here. And once again, we will propel ourselves up. Inhale, let's come all the way up. Back toe is pointed. Good job. Inhale, lift that leg back up. And exhale, release all of the hands down. Inhale, reach all the way up above the head, reaching up towards the cosmos, or what would be considered Mother Newt in the ancient Kemetic language. Tilting the chin up towards the sky. Holding here. Rotate the palms out and exhale, swan dive forward. Hands onto the mat or reaching towards the mat. Holding here. Gazing ahead. Getting length in the spine. Exhale, release, bring the hands all the way down. Forward bend and inhale, bring the hands together all the way up. And exhale, release. Inhale, let's come into a seated position. Bring the hands onto the knees, palms reaching towards the sky. Holding here. Bringing attention and focus to the breath. Deep inhale in through the nose. And exhale, release through the mouth. The breath of Shu, the energy that it surrounds us, the invisible that we consider air, is not just air, it's vital, it's food, it's energy, it's necessary for life. And this was the belief of the ancients. That every time you inhaled, you had a meal. Your body electrified by the ions and the energy present around us. It's not just nothingness. This is life. I invite you to lean back, and we'll come into something that is considered Sahu pose. We come all the way back behind us, and we'll place the left hand onto the chest, right hand over the left, thumbs connected and touching. Lean all the way back. In Sahu pose, the mummy was not dead. The mummy was in an eternal state of reflection and contemplation. Sahu pose is a position for not only reflection and contemplation, but also for visualization. So I invite all of you as we lay here in Sahu pose to reflect, to dream, to visualize, to be. Breathing in and exhaling through the mouth. Slowly we inhale in through the nose, expanding the chest, dropping the hands down to our side. Exhaling and releasing through the mouth. Drawing the breath in from the cosmos above, Mother Newt, the protector of the stars, and the infinite mysteries that exist beyond us. Drawing the breath down into the base of the spine, and drawing the breath up on the exhale from the earth, from Father Geb. In the ancient Kemetic belief system, there existed something called the Neter. The Neter were the forces of nature, personified by the deities you may have seen images of in the temples. The deity that ruled over all of them was Ra. It's the sun. The sun represented the complete and total illumination. It's the belief system that once our energy, once our ascension has come to its fullest manifestation of self-expression, we would become the sun. we would become a star. And beyond Ra, there's a moon. A moon, some of you may know, in a different form, but it's the origin of the word Amen. It dates back thousands and thousands of years. And did you know that in order to be a pharaoh, in order to be a queen, you must be initiated into the mysteries of eternal life. Initiated through a process often within the mystery schools of Egypt. Plato was one of them, admitted after 40 years. Taught medicine, science, spirituality, art, music, architecture, agriculture, an interconnected belief system, a holistic belief system that extended beyond the dimension that we currently can see and feel in. I invite you all to take a deep inhale, a cleansing breath in through the nose, and exhale, release through the mouth. Another deep inhale, drawing the breath up from Father Geb. Exhaling and releasing. Rolling over onto our left side, coming into the fetal position in which we came into the earth. The position in which we came through the womb. Holding here. Exhaling here. And inhale slowly as we rise. We come back into our sesh position in which we started. Bringing one hand onto the chest and the other onto the womb. There you go. There's an ancient Kemetic proverb that states, "We will continue to build temples until the human being realizes that they are the temple themselves." Bringing a breath down into the womb in which you hold. Sending that energy up into the heart. Exhaling, releasing, dropping the hands, dropping the energy down into the womb. Inhaling, bringing that energy up into the heart. Exhaling, releasing the energy into the womb. Circulating that energy between the heart and the primordial seat of your center. Inhale, slowly dropping the hands down to your side. Inhale, raise the arms all the way up above the head. Fingertips to touch. Exhale, release the hands down, hovering over the crown, the third eye, and into the heart space. Breathing in through the nose. Exhaling, releasing through the mouth. Holding here for a moment of reflection. I'd like you to notice any sensations or any tingling you may feel throughout the body. Recognizing any tension in the muscles. Recognizing any electricity in the womb. Dropping the hands down to your side, palms onto the earth, Father Geb. Inhale, rise up, arms overstretched. And exhale, release opposite side. And exhale, release this side. And again. The wings of horse, allowing us to fly, allowing us to move beyond dimensions. Exhale, bring both hands down to your side. Inhale, come into Sphinx, elbows down, palms planted on the floor. Gazing ahead, eyes can be closed if you'd like. For the Sphinx, for this posture, I'd like you to think about any of the primal, sexual, intense, root chakra energies you may have, you may be feeling in your life. This position is half animal, half man, representing the transcendence, the lower nature of the body into the higher mind. But it's not a negation, it's not a denial, it's an embodiment. It's a recognizing that both are necessary as we exist here as human beings. The primal energy needed to create life, to sustain life, to protect life, and the higher mind of man, of woman, to carry forth the eternal and the timeless. Inhale, outstretch the arms, Kemetic posture, as you may know by now. Breathing in through the nose. Exhale, release. Breathing in through the nose. Exhale, release. Inhale slowly. Slowly rise up. Bring the hands in front of you onto the mat. Toes under, press the hips back. This is pyramid. You're going to want to walk the feet up just a bit so that they are flat on the mat and your hands are extended So you have this amazing perfection of geometry. Holding here. Good job. It's a little bit different than what you may be used to because the feet and the hands are closer together. Bringing the toes back to the mat, releasing yourself, belly down onto the mat, peeling up, halfway. This is Cobra. This is the serpent of ancient Egypt. Inhale, coming onto the knees, and leaning back, coming into your Kemetic posture. Forehead onto the mat. Deep inhale, come into your Pharaonic posture. Holding here. Breathing in through the nose. Exhaling through the mouth. Remaining here for a moment. Again, our spine is straight and stacked. Our shoulders are back. And I invite you to connect the tip of the tongue to the roof of the mouth. This essentially is a way of circulating energy into the body, of allowing the life force to be replenished instead of depleted by having an opening. Inhale, drop the hands down, raise the arms up. Fingertips to touch. Inhaling, reaching up. Exhaling slowly as the arms come down into the heart space. I invite you all to set an intention, whether it be for the rest of the day. Maybe there's something going on in your life. I'd like you to set an intention with conviction and affirmation. Whatever's on your heart today. Bring that intention into the heart space, pressing the thumbs into the chest. Inhale. Exhale, release. Inhale, bring that intention in your hands and send it all the way back up. Release the fingertips, keeping the base of the palms connected into a beautiful lotus flower. Release that intention out into the cosmos for it to be manifested by the cosmic Mother Newt. Inhale, reach up, connect the fingertips. Exhale, release, bring the hands down into the heart space. And in the words of the ancients, the human being is a hologram of the universe, as above and so below. Ankunja Saneb, Namaste. Thank you. Thank you.
Wow, Sarah Wesley. What a breeze. Thank you so much, Sarah. We will have a chance of a conversation. And thank you everyone who was there and shared this moment. There's a few words when everything has been said with sound. And so in the few words, I would like to transition to our next guest. And please also encourage you to continue be with us. There will be quite some interaction to understand also how every artist here is connecting their practices to their experiences in life. Sarah, for instance, who went to Egypt and didn't know that she would stay there for longer than some days. So now we come to, from the sound in loops to the grounded sound bowl, to the movements of the body that are also related to the sacred constellation of a space. Now we come to the speech, to a telling. It's storytelling, which is also telling of a people, the narration. We come to Loulou Sylla, who is what in Western Pan-African civilization we would call griot, which was and is still a tradition of historians who would speak out in vocals, a lineage of a family who could, when they would know about you, tell you who was your grandfather, great-great-grandmother, and who would in their family also continue this lineage. It has been challenging, of course, because of interruptions in these transmissions, and yet some kept it and have adapted it with nowadays ways to interact. Nowadays languages, in videos, in different media. And this is what Loulou Sylla has been doing for a long time, traveling not only on the continent, on the African continent, also on the Asian continent, in places where connection is felt strongly, and tells about it. And of course, as we all are beings that have connections there that might not sense it, the connection might be oppressed or not. We might not find ways how to express this. And for this, there has been going around. So people have shared how is it felt in moments of struggle, for instance, and then you would tell the story. And from this, another story will be told. Today, we would call it a series in episodes. And you want to know, how's it continuing? So something like 1001 Nights. What is coming next? And many of these stories have been shared throughout the cosmos on Earth. I say the cosmos on Earth because, as Sarah says, as above, so below. And while doing so, we understand there's so much that has been told and that we know of a specific culture and see, it's kind of resonating with something today. Loulou Sylla has two tales. He says, if we have time, because it can go all the way really to ground and up. But we hope for two of these tales. One is related to the nature, and the next one, we don't know. To be continued. So Loulou Sylla, you have lived in Berlin for some years now. Yeah?
Hello everybody. I'm Loulou Sylla, the storyteller, but okay, let's tell something. First, I'm very comfortable with the French language, but okay, in English I will try my best. But I was telling story in a lot of countries, in Africa, in the US, in Europe, sometime in Asia. I come from a family where my father has a lineage of griot. And they are the storyteller, the memory of the ancestors. I got it from my gene, and I like to tell stories. Well, I hope it's clear. First, I hope you forgive me for my bad English. But the story is about, okay, I will show you some image, but it's not necessary. I put image in my story because some Europeans, they have never been in Africa. Some people, they don't understand some concept in Africa. That's why I start to illustrate my story with some image, and I will put some music. But there is some small technical issue, but I can tell the story without image or music. Technical is okay, but the story I want to tell you today is the story of the Ginaru. It's a legend. When I was a kid, this story was going around. It's come from the north of my country. My country was, my born country was Côte d'Ivoire. And in the north, there was the people, the Malinké, the Bambara, and they used a lot of magic things. And there was this legend. It marked me through all my years on Earth of the Ginaru. And this story came at the right moment because actually humanity is fighting against the global warming. And the story is about how man should behave with nature. Don't try to challenge the nature. And that's why I like so much that story. Okay, any resemblance with anybody here is just a coincidence. Don't be upset because I'm building the story with a lot of elements, I remember. But can I try something now? Well, anyway, I can start. Okay, for the legend of the Ginaru. Maybe in Europe you have something similar, but this is African story, very deep story. The story takes place in north of Côte d'Ivoire. There was an African village. In that village, there was a land not so far from the village, but a fertile land. And normally people, they were looking for land to make crops. And they used to plant, to cultivate maize, manioc, or whatever. In the north, they are cultivating what they call millet. I don't know if you know that. It's a cereal. That's why I need some picture to show you, but yeah, something like that. Yeah. The technical issue. But in the north, they cultivate millet. And millet is a very important. Yeah, that's. Okay, image is coming, that's good. Yeah, this is millet. Alors, okay, Ginaru, this is the name here. This name means, we say, supernatural creature, a genes, supernatural character. Nowadays, people are very used to all the movies going around with Marvel and so on, but we have that for a long time. And Ginaru, the people from the north, talk about this creature. It looked like the god of Egypt, in Egypt, but we have that. Okay, this is an African village. For those who have never been in Africa, typical African village in the north. And then, yeah, people living there, and they're making, they are farming like that. And they use that kind of a tool to plow the ground. Yeah, okay. In that village, normally people they are making crops close to the village, not so far. But there was a really particularity. This land, very fertile, was forbidden. It's a no man's land because this is the territory of the Ginaru. All the people in the village knows that. Never approach, never pass by, because the Ginaru is living there. Okay, people respect the tradition, the kids, everybody, and so on. But there was a man, we can call him Seydou. I repeat again, any coincidence with some people, yeah, it's just this man is come from another village, and there he married a lady of that village with the land of the Ginaru. But the woman that died, they have a baby, they have a boy, and he didn't understand why they have to go so far to make the crops. And when you look the land, you see this land is very fertile. And what is there so scary, dangerous? He was not able to see that. And the man, he was very wise. He came and observed the territory for a while. He have noticed nothing dangerous. He can see animal, birds going around and so on. And one day he say, okay, maybe the people are so stupid, they are superstitious, he will try to make his land, his farm here. And one day, without warning, telling anything to anybody, he went secretly with his tools. This tool, we call it daba. I think in Europe you have something with a long sleeve, but in Africa they have to go like that. He came with that, and he started to plow. He was digging, but at the moment he started to dig, he heard a voice coming from nowhere, from the air, say, hey, who are you? What are you doing here? And the man was so surprised, he said, who is talking? Who is talking? And the voice, the person was invisible and say, I am the Ginaru. You are in my land. What are you doing here? Who are you? Oof. And the man say, I'm Seydou. I'm making crops, my farm here. And the Ginaru say, who allowed you to do that? He said, nobody. And the Ginaru say, okay, we help you. At the moment the voice say, we help you, some creature appear. They call them the Guinea. And the Guinea, when they appear, they're something like that. The body of the human, a head of a dog, but they have all the instrument of the man, and they start helping him doing exactly what he wants to do. There were 10 of them, they appear, and they start to plow rapidly the crops. And the man was observing, he was scared, but they plot, and after that, they disappear. and everything become quiet. And the man say, wow, there was something here, something. But it was not a stupid person. He started to think about what's happened. You see, it's very strange, but he seems to look like an intelligent form of life. Nobody knows, but he's not harming human being. He just wants to help me. And maybe the way he approaches human being is scary, but it's not dangerous. And to confirm what he was thinking, he came back and started to remove the weeds. And the voice said, hey, what are you doing here? He said, oh, I'm just removing the weeds. And the voice said, okay, we'll help you. And now the Guinea appear again, and they start to remove rapidly what he wants to remove. And they disappear again, bah! And the man said, bingo. Yeah, this is a force and intelligence I can use for myself to help me in the crops. And now, without saying anything to the village, he started to use that land. And he came later, and he started to sow the millet. And the Guinaru asked him the same question, hey, who are you? What are you? He said, you don't remember me? It was me yesterday. And I'm putting the, he said, who are you that? He said, no, nobody. And he said, okay, we help you. And the Guinea came again, as they were doing exactly what he wanted to do. And it was very fast, and they disappeared. The man said, okay, now I know the Guinaru. And he started to understand the behavior of the Guinaru. First thing they have noticed, the Guinaru have no memory lasting 24 hours. After 24 hours, you have to tell him who you are again. And second thing, the Guinaru was not reacting on the activity of animals. Birds are coming in the crop, the Guinaru, it seems that he was noticed nothing. He said, okay, only human being activate the Guinaru. He said, it's okay for him. And now he was making the crops, the millet. And millet, when they grow, they are like that. That one, they are not ripe. And when they are ripe, they become like that. A little brownish. And at the moment they start to be ripe, they attract the birds. Yeah, because this is the crops of millet. And the birds, they love it. See, if nobody is there to chase them, they can devastate a field in a day. They have a cloud of birds. They adore the millet. And the man, he has noticed that Guinaru will not do anything against the bird. And now he has to be there with, the catapult. To chase the bird. And the Guinaru say, hey, what are you doing? Who are you? He said, this is Misedu. He said, what are you doing? He said, I'm chasing the bird. Who are you? He said, nobody. He said, okay, we help you again. And the Guineas, they appear to help the man to chase away the bird. Like that, you can see. Yeah, bon. I try to, they came to chase. And he works very fine with that man. He was happy of that. But he was only keeping the secret of this business. And now he was waiting for the millet to become really ripe and to harvest. And after that, he can sell or making some bread or some, some drinks, some beer. They call it Chipalo. But we are in Africa. And in Africa, we have malaria. And malaria comes often because mosquitoes are everywhere. And the man, one day, he fell in malaria. And he was not able to wake up, to stand, and to go to the field. And he realized if nobody is there, the bird will clean the crops. And now he has to reveal the secret to someone. And he was thinking nobody in the village, they will condemn him. They say, are you crazy to go there? You don't know the tradition? And so on. Now he called his son, the young Musa. Yeah, he said, okay. He said, my son, I have to tell you something. I've made the crops in the land of Guinea. This is a family secret, okay? Don't tell to anybody. And the son said, hey, Papa, you went to the land of Guinea? He said, yeah, the Guinea is my friend. He's our friend. I understand how it works. Yeah, the people are stupid, but I can do. I say, okay, listen to me. You go there, you chase the bird only, and if the Guinea asks you, who are you? You say, you give your name, and you say, this is me who allowed you to come there. And when I feel better, I will come to you. He said, okay. He said, don't say anything to anyone to the village. And the boy, okay, he got everything, the catapult, stones, and to the crops. And he saw a cloud of birds. They were already there, eating the millet. And now he started to chase them, pata, pata, pata. At the moment he was doing that, the Guinea was awake. He said, hey, who are you? What are you doing? He said, I'm Musa. He said, who allow you to do what you are doing? He said, you know my father, Seydou. So, okay, we help you. And the Guinea, they appear again, and they start to chase the bird with the boy. And after a while, the birds, they stay away from the crops because the Guinea, they were patrolling, chasing the bird. And slowly, they all went away because they know they are human beings. And after that, the crops become very quiet, and the boy was waiting for his father. It was in the morning, and after midday passed, the father was not there, and the boy said, now I'm hungry, and Papa is not there. I need something to eat. But millet, like that, you can eat it. It's very sweet. It's very sweet. I tried it in the bath. Yeah, when it's like that, it's very sweet. You can remove a handful of the millet and you start to eat it. Yeah, they are like that. And the boy starts to remove the millet and to eat. And the Guinea say, hey, what are you doing? He say, I'm harvesting the millet a little bit. I'm very hungry. Guinea say, we help you. At the moment they say that, there were 20 guineas. They appear and they devastate completely the crops. And they disappear. They, and the boy say, oh my God. And the crops was completely devastated here. And the boy said, Papa will not be happy with that. Yo. And yes, later the father come and he said, hey, what's happened here? He said, Papa, it was the Guinea. He said, no, I told you. You have done something and the Guinea have done the same thing. He said, Papa, I was angry, you were not coming. And I was eating the millet and he said, you want to help me. I don't ask for that. The father said, it's a stupid boy. I told you, don't do anything else here. Yeah. And now the father was so upset, he started to beat the boy. Yeah. And the Guinea said, hey, what's going on here? The father said, this is a family business. This boy needs a lesson. Guinea said, we help you. He said, no. And the Guinea, they come and they start beating the boy. And the father starts to protect his boy. He can't. And the boy fell unconscious. And the Guinea, they disappear. And the father starts to cry, oh no. And the Guinea also, they come and they start crying with him. And the father, he stopped crying, and he said, oh, there is a problem here. Now he realized that something was wrong with this land, the Guinaru. And it was in the evening, and the guy, he started, the crops were devastated. In the evening, a lot of mosquitoes are coming, and they were biting the man. And the man, he was just slapping them. Guinaru said, hey, what's going on? I said, the damn mosquitoes. Guinaru said, we help you. He said, no. And they come, they slam him, and the man, in extreme chance, he removed from the crops. When you leave the field, the crop field, the Guinaru will not sue you. He stayed in his land. And the man said, oh, this is a big problem. And now he has to confess to the village that he has made the land, and the boy is on the land, is unconscious. Can you help me? And the people say, you don't know the tradition here. We told you don't go to that land. And now he said, oh, please help me. And now the people they have a parade. Some people they disguise themselves like animal or whatever. And the Guinaru was not able to detect they are human beings, and they come like guys and to get the boy from the land, and now they return him to the father. He was not dead, he was unconscious. And now the father, and now the ancient told me, we have tradition. We know why. We are not stupid. Now you know why we have such rules. Don't go to that land. And the story of the Guinaru ends like that. And they say, never try to challenge nature. There is a global intelligence in nature. Human being cannot even think what it is. And what I remember in Africa, wherever I went, they say follow the nature. Never fight against nature. Take what you need. Let the rest go for the other people. And this, I would say, is almost everywhere in Africa. The problem now is a modern Africa. We try to make things like Europe, and that problem also coming. But in the traditional one, there is no problem with this. Big people follow nature, the law of nature. And now we come to the global warming, because we're fighting against nature. We want to put our imprint in nature, and now nature starts to react. And for me, this is the point of the story of the Guinaru. Okay, if you have any question about that story, I hope you got everything in your mind. Now the music is coming. Do you know Alpha Blondy? Well, Alpha Blondy was a superstar reggae singer in Ivory Coast. He comes from the north, and he has created a song about the Guinaru. Is that one? And he was talking about this genes living in the north. And we like that. But he's singing he was singing in Bambara. In Bambara, talking about the gene, this legend. And we like it. But I don't know, we have enough time for another story. But the song, the technology was not the same. And don't forget all the ancient wise. They know nature better than us. They know why we should not do something. Because they know the global things will come in. And now we start to realize that. One thing you should remember, African art or performance, whatever, are all connected to a spiritual realm. It's not just doing that by pleasure to please the people, no. We are in contact with this nature, with the power in nature we want to follow and that to have a better life on earth. And I hope that we have the right now. And another one. This is all song coming from that region. This is very ancient tradition music. This is from the center of Africa, the center of Africa. People are singing like that. So far, no question about that. The Guinaro. Guinaro looks like the god of Egypt. Yeah, they look like the god in Egypt. I was also surprised. I said, wow, it looks like the god Anubis. But they are talking about that in the north of my region. All these songs are very ancient, from the 60s. From the 60s, because at this time, people were very close to the nature in my country. But now, we have modern city like Abidjan. And we want to behave like the white people. Anyone knows when? That one also come from this time, just after Independence Day. Just after Independence Day, it was like Simon and Garfunkel, but version Africa. Okay, the dress I have come from the north. Yeah, people from the north, they use that because it's very dusty over there. And sometimes at night it's very cold, but not cold like Germany, but it's cold also. And the people, they wear the reason such color you are invisible to certain animals like lion and so on. Yeah, you can hide easily. Because the color of the clothes is a kind of protection. That's the traditional clothes, kitenge or whatever. I love animals. You know, in Africa, we have a lot of animals. We don't want them inside the house. No way. We are fighting to push them out. The Europeans, I think they clean the nature, and now they want them back in the house. For us to have plants in the house. There is a bush outside so full of snakes or whatever. we are tired of this. Don't in the house. And the funny problem is about the mixed couple. When you are African and you start living with a white lady, she wants animal in the house, plant in the house. It becomes a challenge. Because for us, we are afraid of animals inside, like dogs and whatever. But outside, it's okay. And if you go in East Africa, Serengeti or whatever, they have a lot of like lion, elephant, giraffe. They are going around. I have some pictures I can show you. Look up this bed. And the people, they have a balance with these animals. I remember I have seen a city called Victoria in Zimbabwe. At night, they allow the wild animals to come in the city. Elephants, I've seen, and sometimes they see there's some lion. And for me, it was so weird. At the daytime, the animals are returning to the bush or somewhere. But during the night, they are coming in the city and they organize patrolling people with guns. But I said, why you are not preventing them to come in the city? They told me the land belongs to them too. They were here. When we start building our city, we push them away. Now they are allowed to live here. For me, it was very good. It was my first time I have seen this, to come close to a lion in the wild like that. And even they explain that the lion will never attack you like that. For example, most of the Africans, they believe that a wild animal should never attack a human being. If they attack a human being, it's because of an influence of another human being. Influence you can see or you cannot see. They say nature programs them not to attack human beings. And so, no.
With Sarah, with Rona, but first, thank you so much for this really warm, really detailed, and very, very wise, and how one was the next. With the audience here, and there are more and more coming, which is so beautiful. We would like to give you a bit of an idea how what you see here, which appears as something very supple, very fluid, has looks back to very long-term research, and it's also often rooted in the family. But I was so impressed on how you could, with certain mimics, with sounds, with images, with music, how you could put us directly into an imagery while we are not in the same moment. So I think there's a real talent there that is connected to something that you cannot necessarily count, what you cannot put into just specific framework, but that you, whenever and wherever you are, would adapt to. So I'm sure, also Loulou, while I let you transition to the space now that we will create as a conversation, I'm sure that this story you told here has a specific meaning. You mentioned it, global warming, but I think there's more to this that specifically also in our time, and the way you told it has come through that manner, because we have also had many conversations on how to interact, how to connect with a specific audience. You would have tales for children, for adults. You told me about the politics of Côte d'Ivoire, which are very complex.
Attends, ça s'allume? Allô, allô, allô. Yeah, yes, sharing my experience of Africa, I travel a lot. And the student, for me, I would say either the African people are the people who have understanding the best, the sense of the life. Because they were not trying to destroy that life. I was surprised even when I was in the Serengeti, and there was a tree falling down with a storm and blocking the way. And the people, they say, don't move that tree because there is a global intelligence here. It knows why that tree has to fall that way. You change your way and let nature walk. I say, wow, it's like that. They say yes. And if you go in Serengeti, there's billions of animals. I have seen the gnus, there are 5 million. They are doing migration. And they were not killing them that way. You just take what you need and you let the rest walk the way they have to be. And this mentality of Africa, I say yes. That I was so proud of this to find this. But now the problem is to combine this with the modern life. Yeah, because a car is not a cow or a horse. And people have to manage that. And that is the problem. For me, the problem for the African is inside the modern life, not in nature. In nature is wonderful. I've seen so wonderful things going around. But modern life is a problem. And what I know for African are the people who connect to the magic world, spiritual world. Wherever I went, it was like that. Magic, spiritual, anywhere. Yeah.
So Loulou, I found it interesting how the three of you who sit here have different media in order to connect with the magical, the spiritual, and to express it. Sarah and Rona would say actually there's so much in common that you have. Maybe for the audience that is here, it would be interesting to hear how you have connected to Loulou's storytelling, to the tale itself, to the way it was told, to Sarah's expression actually of a theory. So you were also speaking, explaining what we were seeing and the sound. And then also how Rona would have spread actually the sound into the room and let it speak. This was the main medium. Let it speak into it. So from the sound and a way to ground us in the sound healing, we went to connect it with our with bodies, with fluidity, how form and fluidity come together, and then there would be the speech. So I'm really interested how the ones that you have been connected with in that moment, how you have received it. And I see some who are smiling and who have been part of the yoga session. I think it would be great to just open up the frequencies as they're very beautifully filled still here in the space. Hello.
Hello. Yes. Not really. I actually just arrived, so you're kind of throwing me in the cold water. Yes. I am, exactly. That's why I came here. Not really. I'm so sorry. I missed it. Yes, I mean, I follow the invocations. I like the idea of invoking whatever feels like it's space for, but it's an unfilled space. Let's see, so to speak. I don't know, I came here because I like to be with people. Yes, please. Yes, thank you.
How do you So much to feel, so many places to go to. Maybe there's one you connect strongly with, and how do you feel about it?
It's a tough one because it's complex. Berlin is a big space, I think, also, and it changes a lot. For me right now, it feels important somehow to log into this particular vibrancy of this neighborhood, simply because I live here and I want to be connected and feel connected in that sense as well. And because it's a vibrancy that's open, I feel like it didn't close down on a certain narrative, on a certain perspective. Like, it's not an easy sell. Berlin has become kind of an easy to sell product, I feel, in many ways. And wedding is a bit still unaffected by that. So you kind of, by just strolling around, you encounter stories, you don't really know what to expect. And that's why I don't know if this kind of gets, yes.
Thank you so much for sharing. I think, it's not easy. I just look at Rona, who have lived here for a while. I would pass over to you. We have had previously a conversation on what I found interesting about your research, how from what we call healing, you would be interested how the sound is relating to geometry, to sacred geometry, the regularity. So I was interested in how you connect to a space and how you create the sound to the space. And of course, we can also talk about, the vibrancy that you mentioned related to the earth. I think could be give a context to what we then receive.
Thanks. So my research basically is from the beginning, is about the connection of geometry, sound, and healing as connected entities, because everything in nature is built on geometry, and then geometry is a way for nature to express health. Not just because it's beautiful, it's just the most efficient way to distribute energy. And this is why we see identical patterns repeat everywhere in nature. And also with sound, I don't know who here knows of cymatics, but if you play sound in water, or you sprinkle sand, for example, and you play sound, you see that sound creates geometric patterns. And these are all ways of nature to express health. So the idea of the project is, how do we use sound in a geometric way? Because the recording you heard is a stereo recording of a three-dimensional sound projection that is going through geometries, from the very basic geometries to more complex geometries, some used of very famous patterns, let's say, in sacred geometries. And the torus, of course, is where we end, which is the energy flow in nature. And so the hypothesis is that when we present to a natural system like the human body geometry, which it understands, with sound that is rich in harmonics and is soothing and nurturing, we actually allow the body to heal itself. So we're just presenting to a natural system, which is the human body and the human psyche, a coherent system, and we let then that system to adjust itself, to recalibrate itself to its natural state of being, actually, because we are born and created whole and healthy. Even if we have deficiencies, it's like we are whole. And then we're just reintroducing this to ourselves. And the hypothesis is then that we will reintegrate and recalibrate ourselves to it. And they are connected from the beginning, geometry, sound, and health. So it's just using all of them together.
I think that's why I saw that there is a direct link to your strong research. Because I wondered, Sarah, how from the very solid forms that we see in your yoga teaching, which I relate to geometry, solidity, how you come to the way that you make us move, also with your voice. There's a very conscious way how you chose when you and how you would bring in your voice. In Rona's piece, it takes, I think, until the middle or longer of the piece, until so much is transmitted. You would create your own sound, create videos online that you can watch as an audience. And Sarah, the same. So you chose also the moments, the layers on what appears when, and also let us rotate. The loop is very much embedded. I would like to understand how, as also both of you had a strong connection, you had a vision into what you did, and you had kind of a moment of embodiment of that feeling of being wholesome was there. Would you like to share that?
Okay. Hello? Okay. Thanks. Switches? So, hello? Is that okay? Okay. The sound, the frequency. So with regards to the movement and the body and the breath and the sound, really all of it is an intention to try and experience that which is beyond this realm and from the place in which we all come from, the void and beyond that. So it's an effort as a 360 well-rounded and total experience to completely submerge. And so there's the things we can see, of course, and then there's the things we can't see. And so the things we can't see very often are personified or explained in vibration, explained in sound. And that's why the sound fills the space and fills in the crevices and the holes around you, around the body, and also penetrates through the body and provides healing when the sounds are created with that intention. And so you have this element as well as the physical postures. And so Kemetic yoga particularly is based on geometric progression. So we start with very triangular or pyramidal shapes. So we have a posture that's called the pyramid. We have the goddess pose of immortality, which creates a hexagonal shape around the center of the body, bringing intention and energy into the womb, which is also the gateway or the stargate, or the seat of primordial wisdom. It's the core of from one generation to the next, from one realm to the next. It's the one gateway in which we all come from. So there's definitely a focus in creating a geometric energy focused on that center point within the body. And then we also have the breath. And the breath in the ancient Kemetic term is called the breath of Shu. And Shu is a deity, but also represents life force or energy. And it's understood that nothing is by coincidence. Everything is sentient. Even the inanimate objects that we see, they all hold a resonance, a frequency, and a vibration. And at its core, it is an accumulation of very small geometric shapes beyond the atom. So even a belief system is that like nothing is solid. And if we believe that and we understand that, especially as an ancient way, we also know that all things that are created can be transformed and alchemized. And alchemy was, it comes from Kemet, alchemy, Kemet. Chemistry comes from Kemet, which is the original name of Egypt. It's all very intertwined. The importance and the significance of that in today's modern world is to know that we have the ability to shift and create on multiple levels and multiple dimensions. So the purpose of the practice is to tap into those frequencies, into that essence and that energy to transform our lives and create the lives that we desire to live. For those who maybe have an illness even, to know that at its core, it's changeable. It's down to the atoms and the energy of a virus or a disease. It's all reversible. It's all changeable. And it really comes down to believing and understanding it from a vibrational point of view. I'm not sure if that answers your question, but.
It's beyond. Is there any question from, wow, more and more joining the space? There's so much that you have shared, and I think it's a lot also to understand, to process how much is there, the dimensions that you have touched. I think my closing question, this will be to all the three of you, how you have chosen this medium that is the one that is soothing. I ask us because it's very challenging to take in energies, movements that are every day, not necessarily conscious. In your works, it's a lot about intention and the telling, also the storytelling. There's something that you understand at the end, but that with your intention you can already also foresee. So I wonder, because I've been connected, especially, I've met Loullou's work some years ago, but I think 2019. But in 2020 especially, I got connected to the videos that Rona, you are sharing with your sound healing practices, with the music, with very specific forms. And then also there's one episode where the mathematician would explain the theory behind the sound as the scenery, about the fruits of life and the tree of life, something which is so complex. Sarah, the same. We would see you in front of a pyramid. There would be these different forms that are very, I would not start any yoga. The moment I would watch it, I would just, because it's so complex, I would never go there. But even now, I was just closing my eyes and actually feeling so much that you're filtering. And Loulou, this way to always seek, something that can tell you about how things are continuing, although they are difficult. You would share about how, when you would drink a bottle of water, you said it's best to always have some sunlight in it to take in the solar wind. These practical things. So this would be my closing question to you. This challenge that you take in, how you regulate yourself. And of course, the question why you would do it is not, I think, a question. It's a vocation, but how you regulate yourself.
No, it's not working. Yeah, just general balance. I don't believe just in, I believe in love, but not just in light. I'm a great believer in the darkness. So clubbing, dancing, whatever makes you happy is very important for me to regulate myself. Being around people, being in energy that makes me happy. The idea is just to whatever makes you happy, and that can change between different people. And then with the project and the geometries that we see, we progress, and we have some geometries, symbols, like we have the fruit of life, but we also have the Metatron cube, so we're going from the straight lines to the curved lines and back to create something that is whole, because I don't think, regulating is much, sometimes when we speak spirituality, there is a tendency to become a bit flat and very one-dimensional, let's say, and I think it's not necessarily like that. So you can be whole because there is no light with no dark. So it's important, I think, for each one to really tap into what makes them happy and then makes them whole, and then go with that flow. So that would be my answer.
Yeah, I agree. I think the first thing that came to my mind was to follow your bliss and follow what, there's a feeling you get when your heart feels light and your heart is singing. And it's hard to describe, but everyone knows that feeling when you walk into a space and you just feel at home or you feel good or you feel elevated. Whether it's spaces or people or music, whatever makes you feel good, that's really the regulation. And I love what you said about the different dimension and how sometimes following spirituality can seem like such a straight path of like love and light and effervescence and clouds, but that's only half of it. And honestly, until you have the courage to go into the darkness of your soul, into the depth, like all of the ugliest parts, you won't find the gems. Like that's where a lot of goodness and raw genius exists, is in those dark moments. It's in the trauma. It's in the you're nodding her head. It's there. There's actually something I learned in Egypt during the training and my time there. There was a structure, and it was underwater. And in order to be initiated into the mystery schools, you had to go into the water and find your way out. And so basically what happened was all of the initiates would go in, they wouldn't find the way, they'd try to climb their way up the sides of the walls, they'd try and escape the other way. But the ones that passed realized that you had to go completely underwater, under many levels, in order to escape. And in many ways, that's a journey we experience here. So following your bliss and not being afraid to go into the dark.
What should I say?
And still have strength.
It's just about belief. Just about belief. Believe. Yeah, believe. If you don't believe, you have no strength, you don't do things with your heart, and you need to believe something. And that's, for me, I believe in what I'm doing when I'm going anywhere in the village and so on. When I start to talk with the people, I'm sharing the belief they have. Because most of the Africans, for example, they believe the water, ocean, they have some intelligence being living. They call them mamiwata. Yeah, they're mermaid. They are known by the European in the ancient time. But the science say, this is fairy tales. No, there is no proof for existing and so on. I don't share this. I was at university. I studied the theory of Einstein, relativity and so on. But what I have seen in Africa, I said no. There is something else. Yeah. For example, I saw one guy. He was sick. He has something like a kyst, big thing on the hand like that. I remember he was an employee of a cleaning man, and my mom said, this is ugly. We send you to the hospital. They make a surgery to remove that. And me, I was the kid. I like to play like a punch ball with this. And my mom said, hey, stop it. You will get the disease. But for me, bam, bam, bam. But when my mom told you, he said, no, nobody will touch that. And one day, what I have seen, I was with this guy only in the room. And something happened. It was for me the point that I start to believe there is something else. Because in the room, it's become suddenly quiet. I was reading a comic book, but I stopped reading that, and I look around me because the atmosphere changed completely. And I look at that man, I saw the kist. It was deflating like a balloon. I would say 50 seconds, like that. And I jumped. The name was Isiaka. I said, Isiaka, look your arm. And the man, he stops and look at me. He touched the hand like that. And he's continued his job. I said, no way. He's not surprised by that. And I report to my mom. Now mom said, hey, you are the scientific. How do we explain this? But I said, no, Mama, this is matter. This is not illusion. This is, at this time, I know the theory of Einstein. Yeah, you say, where that matter goes, it needs to be transformed in energy, something like that. How do they do that? When my mom told me, because you were not believing there was a spiritual world. And they say the genie who want to work on this man want me to see that. And at that point, it shocked my mind. And I was not able to explain. When I asked to this guy, I said, have you done something? He was just smiling to me. He was from Burkina Faso. And 10 years later, his arm was completely cured. And now I asked to my mom, I said, why is not revealing that secret to heal a lot of people? And she answered to me, you think now we are like the white man to make a industrial healing? He said, this heal was just for him. But if you need that, you will receive another healing. He said, that's the way things works with us. But not going, I say, come on. You see, he has such secret. Matter disappear like that. Now, at this point, I start to believe. And I had to investigate in many places in Africa, and I saw similar thing, whether I'm in Tanzania, Kenya, or whatever, and I say, there is something else. And that's why I continue to explore to understand this. Yeah.
Okay, everyone welcome again. Now we're going to watch a performance by Sona Tatoyan and Mehyar Abboud. We met with Sona today, but we realized that we share a very far hometown for both of us because our grandparents are from the same city, but it's now in Turkey, the southeast of Turkey. So it was a very amazing encounter. And we're gonna be very happy all together, I guess, to watch Azad, name of the performance, which is a word known to many languages in Middle East. It means free, and it's a storytelling experience that platforms 1001 nights as a universal map for healing trauma through a woman's magical generational journey to Aleppo. We discover the power of creation to counter destruction. And Sona Tatoyan is a first-generation Syrian Armenian American actor, writer, and producer. I think we're going to see the rest of it for the performance, and Mehyar Abboud is also accompanying her tonight with the wood. Thank you.
Karagöz, an ancient shamanistic shadow puppet theater. The puppeteer, the hand of the divine. The screen, the universe. And the puppets, like humans, impermanent, passing shadows. Karagöz, a form of pre-cinema that plays with shadow and light. It originates from the lands we know today as Turkey, Armenia, Syria, and Greece. An art form that was used to make social political commentary, to speak the unspeakable, using body satirical humor. Karagöz, a centuries-old oral visual entertainment, the entire performance, the voices and the movements, all done by one single artist. You know, I had heard that my maternal great-great-grandfather, Abkar, was such a puppeteer, a Hakawati storyteller in Arabic. Armenians are storytellers by nature. The streets of the capital of Armenia are named for writers, poets, musicians. And my great-great-grandfather, Abkar, he was a very particular kind of storyteller, an alchemist of imagination, of literally turning the darkest shadows into marvelous light. So I heard stories of his story. Abkar performed his mystical art form in Urfa, in what was the Ottoman Empire, in the city that he shared with Moses and Abraham, who preceded him. Here, he made these puppets by hand, beating and treating the leather in this iterative process until it became translucent, and then painting it layer by layer by layer. And here, he performed his one-man shows in the town coffee shop to a multi-ethnic audience of Armenians, Turks, Kurds, Assyrians, bringing together the entire inhabitants of this Ottoman cosmos. And these two, Karagöz, and his sidekick, Hacivat. They could say a lot of things that Abkar actually couldn't say in this society. They spoke truth to power. They pointed out social injustice. They criticized the inequality amongst the various inhabitants of the empire, but they could only take it so far, this circumventing of censorship, before the artists were arrested and silenced. And then World War I came, and with it, the systematic extermination of various inhabitants within this empire, including the Armenian genocide of 1915, and Abkar, as an Armenian, was forced to flee his home with his wife, his 7 children, and a trunk full of these magical tribe of creatures. They walked weeks to Aleppo and slowly rebuilt a life in this ancient, serpentine, cobblestone city, one of the oldest continuously inhabited in the world, a major trading outpost of the old Silk Road, a location in the plays of Shakespeare, Aleppo. Here, Abkar once again performed his Karagöz shows. He used story to distract from suffering. And he did so with great humor, uplifting our humanity in a time of epic inhumanity, literally an enlightened alternative to savagery. And this little tribe of creatures birthed by Abkar, they survived everyone, and they lived for a century in a trunk in my family's attic, holding 4 generations' spirit within the molecules of their little leather bodies. They had escaped genocide, and now they were alone under bombardment of the Syrian war. You know, in 2014, during some of the darkest days of the Syrian war, I heard about Abkar and his puppets inhabiting our attic. And inspired, I began to research Karagöz. And then UNESCO declared Karagöz intangible cultural heritage in Syria. And I thought, this is too much of a coincidence. I mean, am I being summoned to Syria? So, after flying into Beirut, the 8-hour journey to Aleppo, we crossed 2 borders, Lebanese and Syrian, and then proceeded to navigate over 25 checkpoints, where my driver, Abu Walid, is bribing Syrian officials with a stack of bills on his dashboard, slapping each soldier's palm with a marhaba ya shabab, a sort of what's up bro, in this elegant war economy dance, until eventually we reached the east side of the city. The Aleppo I knew had crumbled. Everywhere I looked was rubble. Eventually, we made it to the west side of the city, to my family home. And there was my Uncle Anto on the balcony, waiting for me. Same balcony I played on as a child with my sisters. But where was my grandmother to greet me? You know, this house, which had always been filled to the brim with family singing, dancing, laughing, playing music, eating freshly slaughtered lamb and homemade rose petal jam, trafficking in mischief and love, a house that had contained so much chaotic joy and life now stood like a mausoleum, empty for 6 years since she died during this war. And my aunts and my uncles and my cousins, they all fled as refugees. And now, no heat, no light, faucets are clogged, no running water, clocks stopped. We rationed electricity just a few hours a day. And that first night, I slept in my winter coat in my grandmother's bed, cocooned in the impression that her body had left in the old woolen mattress. And the next day, I got up and went to the attic, searching for Abkar's puppets and thinking maybe I would find a few. And instead, a trunk filled to the brim with 150 multicolored puppets, along with their sticks and ancient metal magic tricks over 100 years old. I spread them all over the living room, and I began to talk to them out loud. What do you want? Did you call me here? What am I supposed to do with you? A few days later, they finally spoke back. On my way to lunch, I was impatient. I didn't wait for my Anto to accompany me with a torch, as he usually did. I fell down the stairs in the dark, and I heard my foot bone crack. Oh, no. I mean, the last 5 years, I had averaged 60 flights a year. I was always moving. You know, as Syria was going through her destruction, I had left my marriage and was going through my own deconstruction. I mean, the last 3 years of my divorce were like a personal war zone. And in this painful separation, I had needed to create a geography of distance between who we were as a married couple and who I was becoming alone. And so I was living so nomadically that the first question anyone ever asked me when they called wasn't, "How are you, Sona?" It was, "Where are you, Sona?" Where was I? I was in pieces. I was in India, on my knees, trying to learn to meditate. I was here in Germany, starting a nonprofit. I was in Russia, chasing financing for a film. I was in Armenia and Turkey and Finland and Norway and Sweden. I was in the UK and France and Spain and Portugal and Poland and the Czech Republic, in the Yazidi refugee camps of Iraqi Kurdistan, in the Sahrawi refugee camps of Algeria. I was in Bedouin camps in South Jordan. I was in the Netherlands and Bali and Thailand. Fuck, I'm sure I'm forgetting one. Might look like Eat, Pray, Love, but it was more like purge, pray, and run the fuck away. And after this crazy battle, this 5-year battle, I had finally settled my divorce just before coming to Aleppo. I thought I was free. I thought I was Azad. You know, my father is a doctor in LA, and exacerbated by his headstrong daughter who seems to always be courting danger. So we have a saying in Western Armenian that he would always say to me, "May you break your foot so you sit in your place. Yeah. So I called my father from the basement of the hospital. Bob. I listened. You know, the truth is that I had never been good at sitting still. As if the default mode setting in my DNA was to be in perpetual motion. My ancestors escaped genocide. I mean, Abboud had taken his wife, his 7 children, his puppets, and walked to flee this persecution. And my maternal great-grandmother had also walked. She walked after her husband's head was delivered to her by Ottoman gendarmes when she was 5 months pregnant with my grandfather. She walked hundreds of miles to Aleppo after giving birth to my grandfather and raised him in the refugee camps of Aleppo. And years later, she would continue to walk from the center of the city to the outskirts with my father, her grandson, on her shoulders. She walked, and she walked, and she walked, and she walked just to keep moving. I understood her desire not to trust where she was, not to stay in one place. You know, as a first-generation Syrian Armenian American, born in Baltimore and raised between the flat cornfields of small-town Indiana and the chaotic cobbled streets of Aleppo, I had struggled my entire life with who I was and where I belonged. You know, as the firstborn, my parents, immigrants who had had an arranged marriage, I felt always like this fulcrum, you know, straddling 2 very different worlds and yearning to belong to the one that I was born into, America. You know, my friends, they went to church camp. In the summer, they splashed in Midwestern pools. They wore blue jeans and puffy paint sweatshirts. They ate pizza and tater tots. They had calm, polite lives and parents who belonged. Mine spoke in broken, accented English. My mother learned the language watching I Love Lucy. I had thick brown eyebrows. I wore weird woolen outfits that she had made in Syria. I ate hummus and tabbouleh for lunch and got made fun of long before they were sold in fancy American supermarkets. My summer was in sepia-toned Aleppo, waking up to the sounds of Allahu Akbar, the call to prayer, or the man below yelling Halib as he sold milk from a cart with his donkey. I sat on the stone floor of my grandmother's house and I listened to dark stories about how the Armenians rebuilt their lives here in Aleppo after escaping rape, beheadings, and deportation. I didn't want to belong to that. I didn't want to claim it, nor for it to claim me. I did not want that to be my legacy. And now, here I was by choice. In another darkness, my people had fled 100 years ago. Pulled to face it, beyond my conscious volition. In my family home, for the first time alone. The house that my great-grandfather Artin had bought. That my great-grandmother Zakia, where she played the oud. Where my grandmother Mari went to as a bride. Where my mother Zenda was conceived and born. Where my grandfather Bedros sang in Turkish, Armenian, and Arabic, and hosted a dinner after my baptism at the ancient 40 Martyrs Armenian Church, where I took my first steps on my first birthday. The house where I learned to walk. I broke my foot in the house where I learned to walk. So at night, laid up in my grandmother's bed, in the candlelight darkness, missiles exploding outside, I reached for the one book that I had brought with me, 1001 Nights. You know, I had wanted to always read this cornerstone of Middle Eastern literature, but I had never found the time. You might know some of the tales told in the Nights. Aladdin, Ali Baba and the 40 Thieves. The Nights were oral tales that originated in lands we know today as India, Iran, Iraq, Syria, Turkey, the Middle East. Tales that were fables, moral tales, fairy tales, full of the mystical, the magical, and the erotic. Tales exploring the human condition in all of its shades: desire, goodness, betrayal, folly, that illuminate our capacity for transformation. You know, the Nights are the first time literary devices like flashbacks and foreshadowing occur. They are the genesis of magical realism. You know, that coexistence of the natural and the supernatural, where the beheaded continue to speak, where fish teach us deep truths about life, and where women sleep with jinn. And these timeless stories within stories within stories that have inspired countless writers around the world. Borges, Marquez, Proust, Tolstoy, Angela Carter. And in two mystical coincidences, I learned that the first written manuscript of 1001 Nights was discovered in Aleppo in the 14th century. So I was discovering the manuscript of the Nights in the city it was first discovered. And you know those stories that you know? Aladdin, Ali Baba and the 40 Thieves. They were actually added centuries later by a young 20-something storyteller, Hannah Diab, from Aleppo. So, by candlelight, I began to read this collection of fantastical tales, but I was most struck by the story that frames them. There was, and there was not. There was a gentle, beloved king who loved his kingdom, and he loved his wife. But one horrifying day, he sustained a life-altering shock. With his own two eyes, he witnessed his beloved wife betraying him. Enraged, devastated, he killed the lover and he killed his wife. Heartbroken, he decreed that he would marry a new woman each day and the following morning kill her. thereby ensuring that what had happened to him could never happen again. Now, the king had a vizier, his right-hand man, and it was his job to find a new woman each day for the king to marry and execute the following morning. And so he did. And this went on and on and on and on and on. But the king, the vizier, meanwhile had 2 daughters, both of whom he naturally wanted to keep away from this bloodbath. But one day his eldest daughter, Scheherazade, comes to her father and says, I would like to be next in line to marry the king. What? I mean, naturally, the vizier thought his daughter had gone insane. It will mean that you will be dead tomorrow morning, he cried. And the vizier tried to convince Scheherazade of her madness, but Scheherazade insisted. And finally, exacerbated by his headstrong daughter, the vizier succumbed to Scheherazade's wishes. But Scheherazade had a plan, and she enlisted her younger sister, Dunya, to help her. Look, tomorrow, after the king has his way with me, I want you to come to the palace and ask him to let me tell you one final story before I die. Of course, Dunya agrees to help her sister. So, the following morning, Dunya arrives to the palace and, as instructed, asks the king, please let Scheherazade tell me one final story before she dies, and the king agrees. And Scheherazade begins to speak. Well, Scheherazade is an extraordinary, captivating, incredible storyteller. And she begins to weave her fantastical tale, and she reaches the climax of the story right at dawn, when all speaking in the kingdom needed to cease. Well, the king is left hanging. He wants to know what happened. But Scheherazade says, unfortunately, now they must be quiet and sleep. Well, his curiosity too great, the king decides to keep Scheherazade alive one more day in order to hear the rest of that story, knowing he'll kill her the following morning. And so the next day, Scheherazade continues that story, and upon its completion begins to weave another fantastical tale, reaching the climax once again right at dawn, leaving the king on a cliffhanger yet again, forcing him to keep her alive once more. And this went on for 1,001 nights. And Scheherazade bore the king 3 children and stepped into her rightful place as queen. And 3 apples fell from heaven. 1 for the storyteller, 1 for the listener, and 1 for the eavesdropper. Okay, look, I know what you're thinking. The king, right? What a guy. Like raping, killing women, fucking unhinged, patriarchy on steroids, right? And then Scheherazade, this brave, brilliant woman who counters the darkness with creation. But wait. Maybe I was delirious with my leg propped up on pillows and the blood rushing to my brain after weeks, but I saw things a little differently. Yes, the story is gruesome, but it is also redemptive, and in it is this celebration of the feminine wisdom, of quietness and patience. And in it, I saw a universal map to our healing and transformation. So, much like the king, alone, surrounded by memories of people no longer with me, I began to feel what it might be like to be the king, living in his past, unable to imagine a different outcome than war, destruction, and betrayal. I saw a connection in how the past was his present, and how he saw a world full of threats. That could be any of us. I mean, in a sense, we are all the king. And the wife that was betraying him is whatever has traumatized us. We now know that trauma, war, abuse, genocide, rape, anything that betrays our sense of safety and understanding of our world alters our perceptions. It changes not just how we think and what we think about, but our very capacity to think. Trauma shuts down the prefrontal cortex of our brain. This keeps us from imagining different outcomes to anything that might look similar to the thing that traumatized us. And it makes our limbic system hypervigilant, which keeps us looking for threats from the past right here in the present, like the king, trapped behind his traumatized lens, needing to prevent betrayal, and so doing what he thought he must. Once I saw the story this way, I saw all the characters differently. The vizier, the authority-fearing part of us, subservient to our trauma. Dunyazad, Scheherazad's loyal sister, is our community, our understanding that individualism is a myth. We don't and we cannot live in isolation. We're interdependent. And then, of course, Scheherazade, our inner healer, the healthy, untraumatized part of us that knows there is another way, something patient, creative, courageous, that affords us the opportunity to rewrite our wounding. You know, each night, facing death, Scheherazade showed the king all the possibilities of being human. She, with each magical tale she told, she decalcified his mind, and she opened it up to new potentialities. She turned on his prefrontal cortex. And meanwhile, her gentle consistency of being there night after night after night afforded him the opportunity to experience love differently, with nourishment, not betrayal. And so, with each tale that Scheherazade wove, the broken parts of the king wove back together. Scheherazade healed a traumatized man, and she saved herself, the rest of the women of this kingdom, and by extension, the whole of humanity. The frame story of 1001 Nights is a story of healing trauma. Scheherazade, this ultimate spiritual alchemist, this Hakawati as a medicine Buddha. You guys, a Middle Eastern woman saved the world. You've never thought that before, I'm sure. So much like Scheherazade, gently confronting the king in his bed, my being bound to my grandmother's bed forced me to face my inner war zone. And as I've as we know community is needed to thread us back together, my mother's childhood best friend Rita came and she cooked for me every day. And she bathed me 3 times a week. My uncle Anto bought food and gas, and he helped me preserve these puppets. Our family handyman Khidr fixed the faucets so the water could run again. The clocks so they could tell time again, the lights so they would turn on again. My good friend Antoine came daily and spent hours with me building a story world for a long gestating project called 3 Apples Fell from Heaven. And I transformed the room that I used to stay in as a child into my creative space. And I covered its walls with the objects that I unearthed from our home. My great uncle's photography, handwritten poem by Abboud, gig posters and musical notations of my grandfather, Bedros, and then photos of him performing as an actor. And then it dawned on me. Yes, I have inherited trauma. Genocide from 100 years ago, the war in Syria today, and this too. This ferocious calling towards the art of storytelling, towards creation amidst destruction. This is also my legacy. And in that house, where I first learned to walk, where those before me had walked to for salvation, I relearned to walk by sitting in my place. And beyond that, I danced. You know, we cannot run away from the shadow. As humans, pain is the material of our lives, but story is our greatest tool to transform it. And Scheherazade showed us how. In the shadows of trauma, she cultivated the true power of her alchemical gift, how to reframe our nightmares poetically, how to build wondrous new worlds out of rubble and destruction and despair, because poison, siphoned through story, emerges as medicine. So how do we find our inner Scheherazade? How do we celebrate her and amplify her? How do we become more courageous, patient, and creative, and show each other how to heal? I mean, think of all the other places in the world right now marred by the fog of trauma. Yeah, so these puppets, my personal little Scheherazades, masterful little tricksters, really charming but not fucking innocent, okay? They literally sat me on my ass and wound stories around my wounds so that I could face them all for once. Appreciate and love my past and my path and my destiny. They showed me a new way to look at my story so that I built myself back better, brighter than when they called, more joyous than when I found them, and more azad than when they found me. So I packed each one in a small carry-on suitcase, and I stored them gently in the back of the car, and together, Abkar's puppets and I left Aleppo, their home for the last century. On the same road that he had brought them in, I was taking them out. At each checkpoint, I would pray that they would ask us no questions. And eventually, we reached the border to Lebanon, the most intense inspection. So, the officer asked me to see my papers. Fuck. I had overstayed my visa by a day. He invites me actually, to step outside the car. And he asked the driver to pop the trunk. You know, I think that is enough for today. The rest of the story, another time. Called Hakawati. Oh, thank you, baby. Which, as you know now, means storyteller in Arabic. And its purpose is to help amplify the voices of frontline and marginalized communities through their indigenous storytelling practices. The man who helped start that organization, who gave us the resources in order to do so, is an extraordinary Turkish philanthropist named Osman Kavala. And his work has been all about amplifying cultural dialogue in Turkey, between Turkey and her minorities. And today he sits in a prison in Turkey. It's been 5 years. precisely for doing this work. He is there on trumped-up charges, and I would like to share a video that another one of my dear colleagues who is here tonight, who was with me in Istanbul back in 2015, we shot an interview with Osman, and I just want to share with you his own words. So if we could share that video now. Thank you so much.
I want to live in a society where everyone, whatever their ethnicity or religious affiliation or political ideas may be, they feel themselves equal. So I take it as a personal responsibility to do something in order to achieve this goal. And certainly one way to achieve this goal is to have people from different communities talk to each other and understand each other's pains, sufferings, as well as what would make them happier. And we believe that music, film, exhibition, these are important to bring people together. So we think arts play an important role.
Hakawati is the organization that is now developing Azad. Thank you.
Hi. Thank you, Sona and Mehyar. Thank you. Thank you for this really beautiful performance and just kind of way of to help us think through trauma as something universal and actually transformational. Next, we have a film. And the film is from Aída Esther Bueno Sarduy. And Aída has conducted research in Cuba and Brazil on religions of African origin from the perspectives of gender studies and feminist theory and criticism, with a specialization in the culture of the African diaspora in Latin America and inter-ethnic relations at the Center for Afro-Asian Studies, UCM, in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. She is currently researching the processes of the purchase and sale of letters of freedom and freedom shares of enslaved women in Brazil during the 18th and 19th centuries. Aída is developing an audiovisual project called Biographical References, Afrocentric and Emancipating the Gaze of Black Women, Afrocentering and Emancipating the Gaze of Black Women. Since 2020, she has been directing the Laboratory of Afro Women's Stories, an initiative of Ebano Teatro and Mujeres Afro en Escena in Peru. And so now we'll screen her film. It's called Guillermina, and it's a documentary piece that is part of Referencias Biográficas Afrocentrando y Emancipando la Mirada de las Mujeres Negras, a project born from the need to intervene and reconstruct our past, understanding that we cannot share neither the reading nor the alienated and racist imaginary that is built in relation to our bodies. These narratives have insisted on presenting us as docile, domesticated, sexualized bodies, deforming our own image, and furthermore, naturalizing different forms of violence that historically have been exercised against us. And after this screening will be a talk with Aída Esther Bueno Sarduy, and it will be in Spanish with the translator Jessica Valdez. So if you want a device to translate, they're in the back, and you just have to exchange your ID. And the film will have subtitles.
Yo me acuerdo cuando a mí me sacaron de Cuba.
proceso es un poquito complicado, pero todo bien.
Muy bien, hablando.
Sí, eso es importante. Solo tiene 10 centímetros.
Vale, ok. Ok, gracias. No, 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 está bien. Sí, sí, está bien.
¿Está bien?
Perfecto. ¿Ya puede empezar? Hola, buenas noches. Muchas gracias a Savvy Contemporary por esta invitación para evocar el pasado y la memoria de nuestras ancestras, mujeres negras de todos los tiempos cuyas trayectorias rememoramos y reverenciamos. Y muchas gracias a ustedes por estar aquí a esta hora. Guillermina, la pieza que acaban de ver, es la primera de las 3 que conforman el proyecto Referencias Biográficas, Afrocentrando y Emancipando la Mirada de las Mujeres Negras. Este proyecto nace de la necesidad de intervenir y reconstruir nuestro pasado, entendiendo que como pueblos afrodescendientes no podemos asumir la lectura de ese imaginario alienado y racista que ha intentado apropiarse de nuestros cuerpos en el pasado y que naturaliza en el presente la violencia sobre nosotras. Tampoco podemos adherirnos a narrativas que lo que nos ofrecen como única alternativa es la posibilidad de adherirnos a tradiciones y genealogías ajenas, dificultando que hagamos nuestro propio camino de emancipación hacia un mundo libre de jerarquías raciales y violencias. Probablemente como pueblos afrodescendientes nuestra tarea más urgente sea desaprender, o sea, deshacernos de todos esos saberes que nos fueron impuestos y producir nuevas narrativas, nuevos relatos y también nuevos espacios para pensarnos buscando espejos propios. Como doctora en antropología, me he formado en universidades donde he tenido que introducirme, al menos formal y teóricamente, en las genealogías de saberes marcados por la colonialidad. Espacios en los que se nos enseña pero no se nos escucha muchas veces. Por eso el proyecto Referencias Biográficas, Afrocentrando y Emancipando la Mirada de las Mujeres Negras es una acción dirigida a retomar esa iniciativa histórica y construir otra relación, en mi caso, con materiales de archivo que yacen en cajas, carpetas, estanterías, donde una parte de nuestra memoria está realmente sepultada. El trabajo que he venido realizando los últimos años como antropóloga investigadora se ha centrado en el liderazgo de las mujeres en las religiones de origen africano, en Cuba y Brasil, porque estas mujeres tuvieron un papel fundamental en la reconstrucción de nuestras comunidades durante y después de la abolición de la esclavitud. Y como realizadora documental he llevado al campo audiovisual algunas de las cuestiones con las que me confronto como académica e investigadora, porque considero que las posibilidades que tiene el arte para diseminar y comunicar estos contenidos son realmente muy poderosas. De manera que todo mi trabajo profesional y artístico ha estado centrado en las mujeres negras, tanto en el periodo esclavista como post-esclavista. Del periodo esclavista estudio los procesos de compraventa de mujeres y sus hijos o hijas, y también las acciones de libertad llevadas a cabo por estas para comprar su propio cuerpo y poder así, a través de la compra del propio cuerpo, acceder a la libertad y a la autonomía. Analizo qué nos dicen hoy esas acciones llevadas a cabo por ellas y toda esa documentación está disponible y podemos acceder a ella porque todo este comercio con estos seres humanos estaba legalizado. Por eso yo lo analizo desde una perspectiva crítica. Como mujer negra, considero que es mi deber desarchivar muchos de estos documentos porque más que archivados están realmente sepultados. El poder no archiva de la misma manera los documentos que tienen que ver con la historia imperial, por ejemplo, con la historia del grupo hegemónico, mientras glorifica este pasado imperial y custodia con todo cuidado estos documentos que se refieren, por ejemplo, a la conquista, los diarios de los colonizadores, la correspondencia entre los reyes y los administradores coloniales, documentos estos que además son reproducidos, por ejemplo, en los libros de texto, en las escuelas, para producir una historia coherente y entronizar un discurso y una narrativa que enaltezca ese pasado, excluye de la historia y del presente toda la documentación que contraviene a ese relato e incluso descuida la preservación de estos documentos que acaban en muy mal estado y al final se deterioran y desaparecen. El poder no tiene ningún interés ni ningún compromiso por resguardar esta memoria afrodescendiente. Muchas veces estos crímenes que fueron cometidos en el pasado no son crímenes genéricos, son crímenes con autor, porque en estos documentos están muy bien identificados los autores con sus nombres, sus apellidos, la profesión que tenían e incluso dónde vivían. Y realmente oculta, por ejemplo, los nombres de mujeres e incluso niños que se alzaron contra este proceso de deshumanización y que podrían constituir, no solo para nosotros como pueblos afrodescendientes, sino para toda la sociedad, ejemplos de reconocimiento del valor y la dignidad de todos los seres humanos. Estos nombres, sin embargo, no están inscritos en la historia y pertenecen archivados para el olvido. En nuestro árbol genealógico ancestral están ausentes todos esos nombres y los necesitamos, ya que pueden servirnos como referentes ante todas las formas de violencia que incluso sufrimos hoy, ante el racismo, el prejuicio y todas las formas de discriminación. Es muy importante considerar que cuando hablamos de racismo, hablamos de una matriz colonial que se origina y reproduce a través de la categorización y jerarquización de los cuerpos y reproduce un mecanismo que privilegia arbitrariamente la blancura y que instituye la inferiorización de los rasgos fenotípicos no blancos. Por otra parte, implanta un aparato verdaderamente complejo que legaliza la crueldad, que autoriza la discriminación y que legitima la violencia sobre estos cuerpos si se niegan a cumplir los designios del grupo dominante. Los privilegios de esta minoría dependen de la observancia de este mecanismo de control-sujeción que es, a fin de cuentas, el racismo. Si esta división del trabajo a través de la jerarquización de los cuerpos y este patrón de dominación racista que se instaura en el siglo XVI no ha podido ser deshabilitado, tenemos que pensar que hay algo muy poderoso que le ha permitido llegar hasta nuestros días con toda su fuerza mortífera. El racismo no es un desliz de la racionalidad occidental, ni un error del pasado colonial que no se ha sabido rectificar hasta el momento. Tampoco podemos limitarnos a contemplar y cuantificar sus efectos devastadores, ni a contabilizar a las víctimas. ni discutir solamente sobre las aberraciones de este espacio perturbado y mitificado en el que supuestamente las verdades raciales sobreviven y adquieren sentido común. Hay que poner de manifiesto su inverosimilitud, su simpleza y su arbitrariedad. Entonces, muchas veces escuchamos en nuestras sociedades hoy en día, ante la violencia racista, ante la discriminación, bueno, es que necesitamos conocer a las otras personas porque el racismo es un efecto del miedo a lo desconocido, deslizando esta cuestión hacia un lado casi personal o emotivo. Y yo cuando escucho tales comentarios, me gustaría muchas veces no solamente decir, sino gritar, no es eso lo que sucede, no es miedo ni tampoco desconocimiento. Durante casi 4 siglos de esclavitud, en todas las casas de los señores y señores esclavistas había mujeres negras que se ocupaban de todas las labores de la casa, pero también convivían a diario en todo lo que era necesario para el sostenimiento de la vida. Algunas de estas mujeres fueron amas de leche de estos hombres y mujeres esclavistas. Cuando las compraron, examinaron su cuerpo. Incluso les impusieron un nuevo nombre. Podríamos decir, por lo menos para América Latina, que la mayoría de los hombres y mujeres blancos han tenido lugar a lo largo de su vida alguna mujer negra que les ha cuidado. ¿Cómo es posible que esta intimidad en la que convivieron con estas mujeres no haya erradicado el racismo? He trabajado en archivos del nordeste de Brasil analizando estos documentos que certificaban no solamente la compra de las mujeres esclavizadas, sino de algunos dueños que al final de su vida, casi siempre antes de la muerte, otorgaban la libertad a estas mujeres que les habían criado o que habían criado a sus hijos. Me impresiona mucho también los documentos de la venta de menores. Por ejemplo, el caso del niño más pequeño al que yo he tenido acceso a través de mi trabajo en el archivo ha sido una niña de 9 meses. Esta niña pertenecía a 2 hombres, hermanos, que eran los dueños de su madre. Entonces parece que uno de ellos, agobiado por una serie de deudas, decidió vender el cuerpo, la mitad, el 50% del cuerpo de este bebé de 9 meses, una niña llamada Colecta, a su hermano. Una de las cosas que más me impacta es que estos actos eran totalmente legales y acordes a la moralidad de aquel momento y acorde también a la noción de justicia de aquel momento. Y gracias a que fueron actos notariales legales, debidamente formalizados, hoy podemos tener acceso y estudiarlos. Cuando yo analizo estos documentos, pienso en cuántos de los actos legales que se celebran hoy en día serán igualmente en el futuro testimonio de un mundo que permitió que fueran violados los derechos elementales de millones de seres humanos. Por eso, cuando hablo de esclavitud, creo que no hablo solamente del pasado, sino del presente. Hablo de ese dispositivo que consigue todavía hoy convivir con la brutalidad y el horror, desconectándonos de la suerte de otros seres humanos que viven en nuestras ciudades, que son nuestros vecinos, pero que hemos aprendido a ignorarles. Hemos sido instruidos en la indiferencia con relación a ellos, a ellas, porque tienen rasgos físicos distintos o identidades sexuales disidentes o sencillamente porque nacieron en otro lugar y por ello les negamos hoy todavía el derecho a una vida digna. Muchas de estas mujeres que han visto en esta colección de fotos murieron en la casa de sus amos después de prestar toda su vida de servicio. Sin embargo, toda esta relación tan íntima no fue creando ni una conciencia antiesclavista ni una conciencia antirracista. Por eso el proyecto en el que trabajo, referencias biográficas, afrocentrando y emancipando la mirada de las mujeres negras, intenta construir otra mirada sobre este pasado. Esta colección de fotografías que habéis visto es una selección de un gran archivo, son 144 fotografías, no fueron realizadas para denunciar la explotación que sufrieron esas mujeres y los niños esclavizados que habéis visto en algunas imágenes. Fotografiar a los niños con sus babás, con sus amas de leche, era todo un género fotográfico porque mostraba la riqueza y el poder de la familia. Y también en algunos casos, por requerimientos técnicos del origen de la fotografía, de los primeros momentos de la fotografía, eran necesarios largos tiempos de exposición y los niños solo se quedaban quietos con las personas que los cuidaban, con las que estaban acostumbrados a estar. De ahí que haya también una parte de colección de fotos con niños y mujeres tapadas, porque en realidad la familia no quería que apareciera la cuidadora, sino solamente el niño, pero que estuviera la mujer que le cuidaba. Era un requerimiento técnico, vamos a decir así. Entonces, con esta intervención que hago desde el arte, intento proponer otra disposición de estas fotografías y sacarlas de ese marco alienado en el que se ha hecho una lectura de ellas muchas veces del amor entre estas mujeres y los niños que cuidaban, porque no son fotografías que siempre expresaban amor. Tenemos que tener en cuenta que muchas veces la leche de estas mujeres era alquilada por completo para el sostenimiento de los niños blancos y sus propios hijos morían por falta de alimentos. Entonces, a través del arte, yo propongo una nueva disposición de esas fotografías para que puedan tener otra lectura. Trabajo en otras dos piezas, no voy a hablarles de ellas en honor al tiempo, pero constituyen una serie de documentos audiovisuales para que, sobre todo en el caso de las mujeres negras, podamos recuperar algunos de estos nombres e introducirlos en nuestra genealogía como mujeres afrodescendientes. La memoria y la espiritualidad afrodescendiente está marcada por el estricto respeto que profesamos a nuestros ancestros. En nuestras comunidades afrodescendientes, las mujeres han sido todo para nosotros. No solo nos han transmitido los saberes ancestrales, sino que han liderado las comunidades religiosas en las cuales hemos aprendido a situarnos como pueblos afrodescendientes. Les debemos mucho a las mujeres negras, a nuestras abuelas, a nuestras madres, mujeres que construyeron nuestros primeros espacios de seguridad con inteligencia, con intuición, con alegría y con imaginación, a pesar de vivir en las condiciones más oprobiosas que puedan ser imaginadas. Por eso no podemos ni queremos olvidar ese pasado, sino rellenar los huecos de esa memoria maltrecha con sus nombres y sus biografías y diseminar este legado. Muchas gracias.
Clémentine. Das muss ich abmachen.
Soll ich was nehmen?
Thank you, Aída. Bueno, Sarduy. I think the next part would be a very good resonance to your research, the difficulty to express, and how we find a story in order to pass it on. So I will directly then bridge to Clémentine Dusabejambo, a filmmaker who, from Rwanda actually, we're just coming from a film set in Congo. You're based in Rwanda, and after a long time you went back for a longer time, but you're traveling a lot. I would say from my experience, your main concern is how can realities of marginalized people, how can they find their language, and the language can be through the indirect way, the indirect speech, connecting longer and really coming to the intention. So in short, you were born in Rwanda, you were a self-taught filmmaker with a bachelor's degree in electronics and telecommunications. You went in the indirect way to the films. Your journey as a filmmaker started in 2008 when you joined a group of young filmmakers in your neighborhood. In 2010, you responded to a call for a script competition by Tribeca Film Institute, which you won, and you were able to make your first short film, Lisa. It premiered at the Tribeca Film Festival in 2011. There's so much more to say to you, but I would just say some parts of this. For instance, you won some prizes, quite some prizes. For instance, the Thomas Sankara Prize at FESPACO 2017, the Ousmane Sembène Award, the Golden Doe at ZIF 2016, Bronze Tanit at the 2018 Carthage Film Festival, and Efere Osako Award at AMA 2017 in Lagos. Now we will see a film, a short film, but it is a film in itself. The story is told. It is a place for myself, and it's looking inside, the inner place. I would love to welcome you, Clémentine Dusabejambo. Thank you so much for being here. And now the stage, beziehungsweise, as they say in German, now the screen is yours. We will start with the film, and then we have a short conversation with the ones we have seen just before. A place for myself, Clémentine Dusabejambo. I would like to invite you to have a short conversation alongside Mehyar and Sona. Sona, I saw you somewhere around. Yes, wonderful. So we are setting a short moment to at least give voice to the creation actually behind. And I would love to acknowledge how what we saw is related to family, to lineage, ancestry, to a language that we find. I would start with the Sona. Where's Aída? I wondered. Yeah. Aída, Bueno, Sarduy. I saw you in the back, but I wasn't sure where we are now best putting this conversation together. So, I would say, just in a second. Where is Anna? And if we can have more mics, how many more from Axel? So I would start with Sona and Mehyar. Actually, your encounter started just in the framework of this project, and very soon you kind of connected in terms of the music playing alongside the story. Azad is a story that tells about freedom, and the oud guitar was important to Sona to be part of. I would love to hear why and how this moment that was really in tune, that they had a pace, it was a moment of pause in between. It was very conscious in which moment you would allow more words, and then when there would be the guitar coming in, and how you would then bring it into the reality, I mean, your everyday life, what happened to you in relationship to this for a long time told tale. Yeah, so if you would like to tell something about the moment of choice for the oud in here, especially in Berlin.
Yeah. So for me, the oud is very much a sound of family. So as I know, my great-grandmother played the oud. My great-grandmother, Zakia. My mother's mother, who was an Armenian like an old Armenian, they say, from Aleppo. So she had been there for generations. And the oud is very much a sound of Anatolia as well, in Turkey. And so it was just something intuitively that the oud was always a part of this piece for me, like as I began to conceive it. And there's something about the instrument also that is mystical. Like the sounds of the instrument are they kind of take you into a liminal space, between this world and the next. And there was something about this piece for me that it's in a way about casting a spell, it's a spell towards like your own liberation, the healing of your trauma, and that the sounds of the oud are the first things you hear, in that spell. So it was very important, and that's something that we spoke about when we met and started to collaborate on this iteration of Azad. And that also, because it takes you into that liminal space, the oud was used during the section where I tell the 1001 Night story, because it's again about transporting you out of this reality into another reality. So that was what I was thinking.
Yeah, Mehyar, we will have the great moment with you and your brother, Alaa, your brother playing the violin. But I would love to understand, and maybe if you would like to share how well you connected in such a short time to the story and the pace, how your oud would be telling the story.
Well, yeah, it is definitely, it's not a doubt. It's no doubt that we can connect immediately. It's not okay. It's not a doubt. We connect immediately through the culture that we both share, and the history we also both shared. And definitely the oud is a manifestation for that. Oud is a part of our culture. It's a signature of our culture. There, we were raised listening to the oud, listening to the traditional music played by the oud, and it's part of our life there. And actually, personally, I didn't want to learn the oud in the beginning. I wanted to play the piano. But the oud was there all the time, telling me, I am here, you can start with me. And yes, I was listening to the oud all the time, and I liked the music so much, touched me, and I was raised with the traditional music we used to listen to. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you for sharing. in order to have some insight from Aída and Clémentine, which I think there is a beautiful connection in the way you tell a story through the lens of a child, yet from a different constellation, different historical implications. Aída, you are interested in the history of people who faced, who were confronted with the violence and trauma of slavery. How, thank you, how there is so much more that we don't know about, there is so much more complex relationships between the ones who have been there, in the people who took people to be labor force, so the slave traders and their families who occupy the lands. And then also there is something that is the macroform and the microform, the family who have relationships. But how are they told to be in touch with their nannies or not? And how you consciously decided to put it in a film and a story, while being yourself also an anthropologist. Where did this decision come from? If you may translate.
Bueno, primero vino la antropología y después el cine. No, nadie está, no está utilizando. Okay. Primero vino la antropología y después el cine.
So first anthropology came and cinematography came afterwards.
De hecho, creo que una de las cosas que me animó a hacer cine es que como profesora universitaria sé que el mundo es cada vez más audiovisual y menos de la lectura.
As a matter of fact, one of the things that inspired me to do filmmaking is the fact that I am a professor at university, and I became familiar that this audiovisual world is what is coming, and many less is the reading part.
Además, el cine tiene la posibilidad de expresar estos contenidos con propuestas estéticas que nos permiten llegar de otra manera a las audiencias.
Besides that, film has that angle that also help us to explore that aesthetic way of reaching to the audience.
Pero el asunto principal que en este caso discutía es que no es cierto que el racismo está relacionado con el desconocimiento. Eso no es una verdad. El racismo está relacionado con el interés que genera producir un sistema que autoriza la violencia y la crueldad contra otros cuerpos.
But most importantly, I believe this also offers the possibility of supporting what I am saying, that racism, it is not because there is a lack of knowledge out there, but that racism exists because it is that what is actually supporting a system that can bring up on oppression and violence.
Entonces, esta intimidad en la que vivieron durante siglos mujeres negras con sus niños y las familias, ¿por qué no eliminó el racismo? Porque el amor no es un antídoto contra el racismo.
And then why that intimacy that actually Black women and their children were experiencing with these families, why hasn't it eradicated racism? It is because love is not an antidote against racism.
Es una larga discusión.
It is a very long discussion.
Thank you for sharing, muchas gracias. So to the last question in this setting, and then if the audience, please manifest yourselves, if there is some comment, anything you have seen you would like to share, it would be a possibility now or shortly after it, and in any ways, we hope we have further encounters like this. So Clémentine, I was very interested in the education that is so present in your piece, the proximity between a mother and a child, and how the mother, you can sense how much she is a medium between a child for whom she would not wish for reacting to violence with violence. And in a very beautiful manner, she would tell her, I would only look into the picture, I would only pay attention to what is important to you if you pay attention to also protect yourselves and society. So from that zooming moment into the mother's world, and how she would then also talk with the teacher and remind her of her role as a mediator, educator, it will go into the microphone where we have then further ones involved. It is coming like today we would have open letter, and then the whole society would read it. I was really interested in this narration. How did it come?
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for inviting me, for including my work into this program. Actually, I wrote a script in 2012, and I was more pushed by the situation in Tanzania. There were killings of people with albinism that were related to witchcraft. So Tanzania is a neighboring country to Rwanda, so for us, we didn't have those kind of situation. And, I write a script, then, but I couldn't really relate it to my country. So I was talking with my mom, and I couldn't see also Bueno people in Kigali, except one I saw when I was in high school. And we were talking, and then she's like, maybe you can find out and see what is in Rwanda. And I started doing research. When I was doing research, I lost the connection between the script I wrote that time and the situation I was seeing, something that is more emotional, that happened within a family. And I get a chance to grow up in a very loving family. So I would sense how the mothers couldn't, there is a colbo umbilical imaginal between a mother and a child, how they were more protective to their children with albinism. And anyway, I decided to shoot the same script, but when we arrived on set with this actress, I chose her because when I met her, she didn't have an idea that she's different. So then I thought maybe with her, we can create something. I would tell her something, and then she told me, no, that is not how things goes. So it was a conversation between me and her, and there were an actress who was supposed to play her mother. She left the set she did one day, and then the next day she didn't want to come. So I didn't want to judge, but we would see there were no that connection I wanted to portray between a mother and a child. And her mother was on set all time. So she ended up playing the mother in the film. So that's why it was so easy to take the journey with them. This have nothing to do with the script you write. So we followed them, we had a conversation, and then they would say, okay, we feel like we can do things this way. And it was a way of learning also for me, for my team, to just let things flow, how they think of themselves and how they see the world, what they give to them and what they give to the world. So when we went into post-production, I was not really thinking that I'm going to get a film, but in the end, we get this. And this is something that I really loved, the connection between the mother and the child, and the fact that there were words we couldn't put in her mouth. Sometimes I would say, you can say things this way, and she couldn't. She tried, but she couldn't. She was so into her thing and for us to follow her. So we get something that we couldn't get from an actress playing the same role as she did.
Thank you very much. There's a lot to add and to process, and thank you for sharing and for being here. We continue the journey. We have a short break, and then we go into the woods, at least in the tale, in the choreography of Chikako Kaido, and expressed by performer Jascha Viehstädt. Then we have the concert with Mehyar and Alaa Abboud, and we conclude with kind of a conglomeration and complexity in the one, with the performance by Devika Chotoe. Please stay with us, and we see each other very soon. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. Just one note to the ones who have the translation devices on them. We'll be happy to receive them back in the suitcase. Thank you. So we are going now into the woods, and just for the ones who are still here, we are looking for a headset. It's one of the translating devices in case you have seen one laying around. This is, I think, just one missing. And we'll be happy to then have it back in the suitcase that is still laying there. Yes, more than happy, my colleague Rouge says. So we're approaching the last part of these multiple layers in a series. Before coming to this last part, I would like to bring an acknowledgement to the ones who have been doing, creating, co-creating this moment here. And most of all, Danielis Hernandez Calderon and Meghna Singh, who have been part of the curatorial team and the great, strong mind, heart, force behind what is beyond words. It was and has been an amazing journey so far. Let us go directly to a space which is beyond anything that we can relate to, at least in the condition as human beings, and the way that the choreographer Chikako Kaido is trying to find a specific sign language for this. Chikako Kaido is a dance and has studied dance and MA choreography at the Folkwang University of the Arts, and afterwards she was active as a choreographer and dancer at the Folkwang Tanzstudio. Since 2010, she has been working as a freelance choreographer and was nominated for the Court Yours Prize with the choreography There is an Abyss and Schattenlinien, Shadow Lines, in the same year. Her works, Instructions for Disappearance, We Need Fiction, From Nothing to One, Black is the Color, None is the Number. Further, Age of Curse, Forest Effect, What We Have Lost. And now we are going to have an impression of Wald Effect, expressed by Jascha Viehstädt in a solo, in a short form. And I just say, please welcome Jascha Viehstädt in this performance by Chikako, this choreography by Chikako Kaido. Thank you. Viehstädt. Jascha Viehstädt, performer and also choreographer, in a piece by choreographer Chikako Kaido. The piece is called White Effect, and it has been a solo. Usually it would be accompanied, and now it has been very moving moment. Thank you so much. Yes, at this occasion I would like to give thanks to our technical team. Thank you so much. Astbaldur Axel Torison, Petra Hermanova, Thomas Sevet, Hanna Brandes, Kelvin Bugla, Ranaf Adhikari from Boiling Head Media. Thank you again. Okay, we are now going into a musical part, the duo, a concert by Mehyar and Alaa Abboud. Just in short, some of you have seen Mehyar Abboud in his piece. He accompanied by Sona Tatoyan. Now it is, they are compositions by himself, played together with his brother. And I will say a few words. Mehyar Abboud is a musician based in Berlin who originally comes from Masyaf in Syria. As well as composing music, he plays the oud as his main instrument and a cello secondarily. His main passion in music is improvising and making songs with other musicians, combining his knowledge and experience of Arabic music with European traditions. At the moment, Mehyar, you're just next to me. At the moment, you're dedicating your time to studying Waldorf pedagogy as well as programming in Berlin. And I think your brother is also connected to the Waldorf theosophy. And there will be one question to each artist we will have seen, and one question will be related to this. Alaa Abboud was born in Masyaf in Syria and grew up in family of artists. And part of your family is also here. It's a great honor. So your brother studied the violin in Homs and plays several instruments, including oud and drums. Alaa is currently completing his master's degrees in Berlin, training to teach music at Waldorf schools. Thank you, Mehyar and Alaa Abboud, for being here. Thank you.
Hello? Yeah. Okay. It's working. We play now a song from Egypt. It was in the 20th century, made in the Romantic time. It's about love and grieving for the love partner. I finished. Thank you. I will say something.
And the piece we just played, it is a composition of mine, also cooperation with my brother. It is just, I would say it's a cumulative feelings and emotions, and it's a bit dramatic, as you felt. It's just like a very close piece to my heart, and you could say you can express some kind of nostalgia feeling in there, and yeah. Thank you. We'll play a song from Egypt now.
مضناك جفاه مرقده وبكاه ورحم عوده. مضناك جفاه مرقده وبكاه ورحم عوده. حيران القلب معذبه مقروح الجفن مساده. يستهوي الورق تأوه ويؤذب الصخر تنهده. يستهوي الورق تأوه ويؤذب الصخر تنهده. ويناجي النجم ويبعده ويقيم الليل ويقعده. والحسن حلفت بيوسفه والسورة أنك مفرده. الحسن حلفت بيوسفه والسورة أنك مفرده. وتمنت كل مقاطعة يدها لو تبعث تشهده. كحدت عيناك زكي دمي أكذلك خدك يكحد كحدت عيناك زكي دمي أكذلك خدك يكحد قد عز شهودي إذ رامت فأشرت لخدك أشهد بيني في الحب وبينك ما لا يقدر واش يفسده ما بال العازل يفتح لي باب السلوان وأوصده ويقول تكاد تجن بي فأقول وأوشك أعبده كحدت عيناك زكي دمي أكذلك خدك يكحد قد عز شهودي إذ رامت فأشرت لخدك أشهد بيني في الحب وبينك ما لا يقدر عاش يفسده ما بال العازل يفتح لي باب السلوان وأوصده ويقول تكاد تجن بي فأقول وأوشك أعبده مولاي وروحي في يدي وضيعها سلمت يده مولاي وروحي في يده قد ضيعها سلمت يده ناقوس القلب يدوق له وحنايا الأضلاع معبده وحنايا الأضلاع معبده.
Now we play song from Syria. It's more folk song, more simple, but more also about love and yes, but different, more funny. More wild.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That was our program.
That was our program.
Again to the heart chakra. So I would be very interested in one main question related to your work. I would just move this aside a bit.
Yeah.
Are there further ones? Thank you. Okay. So to start with what we saw before, the forest language. The forest language, which is a research that started quite some years ago with the Chikako Kaido. I was interested in the connection between the nature and the one who's incorporating that I see is beyond a human organism. Do you remember what the conversation were and how it crystallized in these forms that for me are very unusual?
I have a little bit, my voice needs to rest a bit. I mean, we started like in, yeah, I think it was like a 3-month research maybe. And our basic question was, what is like the relation from humans to nature somehow, no? And then we called it also Wald effect. It came from this very simple idea. You go in a forest and you just feel like, everything floats away. And we were a bit interested what that is and what draws us, or most of us maybe, to nature, in that case to the forest. And then here I would already say like then the conversation went already more abstract, and we started a research from this very basic idea and thought a little bit, okay, how would the body work with that if you just think about this, no, and have this kind of things. And then we started with, we had plans in the rehearsal studio, we moved them around just to see a little bit what will come out. Yeah, and then we start to develop like this I wouldn't actually call it forest movements. It's more like an expression somehow, maybe what the body comes up with if you have these ideas in your head and the question in your head, what we are in relation to nature. And from there we collected material and built it somehow.
Yeah, beautiful. I will let it rest there to let you also have a rest, but also because this needs so much. There's so many layers to it that it somehow also has its own language. And yeah, this would bring me to talk about how in certain times of moments that are difficult to face, for instance, the First World War, at least what culminated afterwards in terms of arts and culture. There have been many reflections on how to think again about community, about connection between the cosmos and the human, nature and human. And before I pose a question to Alaa and Mehyar, can I ask Devika that because you will be the final performance, and I think with this we really intended to be, if you can have, you can take a seat, but I think this, I will sit here. Thank you. You will be, Devika, the final performance, and it will end also with its own language, and I thought it's a good way to let ourselves flow and step by step leave the space we shared for a while. That's why I would like to invite you to this round, because afterwards it will be only what we will see and hear. I was interested in thinkers who were reconnecting with nature, cosmos, spirituality. Thinkers as in the arts, Wassily Kandinsky in the Blaue Reiter movement, or also Picasso, how they reconnected with something which is not necessarily a common at least in the societies that have been separated, but how they realize it is what connects us all. So you, for instance, have been interested in a further thinker, Rudolf Steiner. I read a bit about, or in his book Initiation, about his reflection on how thoughts, for instance, are the nourishment of the soul, as also bread will be the nutrition of the body, and how it has been difficult in Western societies to connect with which is there as the particle we are from the cosmic dimension. And he gives one example of why we were so detached, which is materiality, for instance, industry. You both are as much are equally interested in this this research that is called anthroposophy. What is it that you feel so much connected to?
It's a matter of heart, I think. When you feel, when you see injustice and you want to do something, but you see the other side and you think, what I can do with the other side too. So you're stuck between two sides. They are fighting, or not fighting. They are everyone doing his thing, but you are
clashing interests, clashing together.
Yes, yes, and they are clashing together, and you are in the middle. You want to be with everybody, but in the end, my experience, I ended affecting her. Like it was difficult for me to be with everybody, to be caring and giving. Sometimes more than what I can give, to give more than what I could take, and then it was a question of started to ask myself, who am I and what I'm doing here, and if I am important, or I'm just something. And this question started to come, and then I started to find answers through the nature, through the thinkers and indigenous people who kept that connection with the nature for all the time. And yes, it's a matter of sometimes accepting and accepting the past, and it's very difficult to reflect everything and to take it, and but I think it's possible for everyone to come back to nature. Yeah. Yes, it's very hard work. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, what can I add to that? It is, as you know, we've been disconnected from connecting with the nature, more with the nature, outside the realm of cities and civilizations. The civilizations we know today, that's what is disconnecting us from the nature more. Civilizations before, older civilizations, thousands of years before, that was their main purpose, their main motive to live, is by being in the nature and watching all the elements in the nature and learning from other elements in the nature, and in combination with the oneself and the nature as well. What can I do? How can I participate as a part of this cosmos? And what can I be as a part of this cosmos? What is my role? Yeah, and nature means not just like the earth we are on right now. It's also the space, the sky, stars. It's all connected. Everything's connected. And Recently, I was reading something from Steiner, just a part. I just translated to Arabic. That's a motivating idea for me to probably start translating a book. He was writing. He started with the question: "Is why does it have to be arbitrary to be as a human in the cosmos? Why is it arbitrary? Why is it not important sometimes?" Yeah, and it is a big question to ask. To answer these questions, you have to look at the other part, how the cosmos is dealing with other elements in the nature, like plants and animals, and the way they are participating in this circle of life. We are also the same when we die and when we live. We're also participating in this nature by doing those how to say this role, living and dying. And also when we eat, we also eat like other animals, and we consume food like animals. And when we do that, we're also participating in the life, participating in the cosmos, and everything when we digest and everything when we die, all goes to the earth and goes in this circle of life. So you cannot say we are disconnected from the cosmos. We are part of it, and we're in the process. Yeah.
Now I have to ask what to say after this. Thank you for sharing this. So a final question. In this constellation to Devika, I remember when I've watched your piece that we will all have the great chance to experience after this setting. I remember asking you, how did it start? And I think you answered with the darkness or with the silence. I have to ask again, how did it start?
So I explain again. Oh. Hello. Yes. How did it start? I think it relates a lot to also what you were saying. This infinite loop of dying, rebirth, this like cycle of life somehow. This piece specifically was kind of a contemplation into like the histories that my body is kind of carrying, and also which are part of histories that are in the society we live in at the moment, quite silenced or erased. So this piece for me started as a means to invoke those narratives, those voices, those unheard or unexpressed desires, and using my body as a means to tap into that, to tap into those stories, and to be some kind of vessel for that, and let it kind of flow in like current existence. Oh. I think that's a short answer for now.
For a very long expression that we will see just in a bit. So thank you everyone for this moment that we take it with each other, and we will have now a completion of this day, which has been a journey. So thank you for everyone in this space. In a short setting, 5 to 10 minutes, we meet again here, and then we have not, as the Germans say, Bergfest. This is in the middle of something, right? When you meet on the mountain and you celebrate half time. But now we are at the peak already, and step by step we climb down the hill so that the cycle can continue again. The sun will rise again the next day. Thank you everyone for being here, and let's culminate. to the final notes with Devika Chotoe and us experiencing this very intimate format setting of a piece. Teri Katir, a sound performance that poses the question, how do we connect to histories that have been silenced or internationally erased? A question that Devika posed just a while ago here in our conversation. How do we trace embodied archives and invoke the voices of those who never made the cut of being registered in the books? And how do we do this into translating it into effective registers of the now? Can we attune ourselves to the infra-low frequencies below the earth? Sounds that go beyond hearing and must only be felt. Devika is inviting you, all of us, to a moment of simultaneous mourning and celebration. A sonic and physical journey through different languages, rhythms, and communal selves, which is informed by the conviction that rhythm, just like self and actually, are reinforced through repetition. But that repetition can certainly be subverted. A few notes about Devika Chotoe. Devika Chotoe works with a concern for justice and a desire to heal and transform, embodies systemic oppression, the aim being self and collective empowerment. She thus views her artistic processes as resistance practice, a space for resilience where notions of care, support, codependency, vulnerability, pleasure, and healing are centered and form the main conditions for constructing processes of transformation and its embodiment. It's very a lot, as she says, it's like taking in everything and filtering into growth, into high frequencies. Devika just graduated from the School for New Dance Development in 2022, this year, and currently holds the position of research fellow at If I Can Dance, I Don't Want to Be Part of Your Revolution. Besides her artistic endeavors, she contributes to community work and activism in the Netherlands and as the co-founder of Hindustans and Queer, a member of Fight Club and as part of the ECHO Ambassadors community. And I hear some resonances of this common healing community I think you're part of. You came from the Netherlands, amazing. So Devika traveled from Amsterdam to here. It's a great honor to have you here, also as resonances, as friends, as part of the family. Now, please, let's have a moment together in the healing process. Devika Chotoe, thank you for being here.
So many nights, so many days. So many days, so many nights. So many nights, so many days. So many days, so many nights. So many, many, many nights, so many days. So many days, so many nights. So many nights, so many days. So many days, so many nights. So many nights, so many days, I try to face a lingering haze inside my brains. But I can't escape, and I suffocate, so very slow, so slow. On contemplations wired along my neural pathways.
On so many contemplations wired along so many neural pathways. But I can't seem to get along with, I can't get along with, I can't seem to get along with, I can't get along with the absence. Present here. Here in my chest, here in my heart, there's this sweet, sweet, sweet rhythm, sweet rhythm, 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 sweet, 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 sweet rhythm, sweet rhythm, sweet, sweet, sweet rhythm. Here in my chest, here in my heart, there's this sweet rhythm guiding my movements. Seeing you is like I have always known you. Seeing you is guiding my movements. My movements have always known you. Always is knowing you. Always is knowing you, and it makes me go. In our arguments, I feel a lot. Inner arguments, I feel, I feel, I feel, I feel, I feel, I feel. I feel a lot. I feel too much, too many, and they steal me away from myself. I refer to me as collective narration, nonlinear equation, ancestral communication. I fashioning selves all the time, fashioning selves. Stumble upon desires, laying on the bookshelves of forgotten archives in my body. Trigger to remember and fleshed history. Aspire to embody different possibilities. Aspire to trigger different histories. Remembering forgotten possibilities. Remembering forgotten possibilities. Meeting you is remembering me, while I desire to become otherwise. I become otherwise. I become otherwise. I become. Wisely, I become other. Fashioning selves all the time, fashioning selves. Your breath carries my song all the time. My song carries your breath. But listen, try to understand that I feel a lot, I feel too much, too many, and they steal me away from myself. But you show me a new dream every day. Every day. Every day you show me a new बजती है देखूं तुझको यूं ही हो जाऊं पागल तू कदम रखे जहाँ पर दिल मेरा झुके वहाँ पर मुझसे ही मुझे चुराने वाले बूम बूम जब भी मिलते हैं हम और तो आँखों आँखों में होती सी गुम दिल बोले बूम 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 मेरे सीने की धड़कन को सो मेरी सांसों को तेरी भी धूम दिल बोले बूम बूम हर दम तेरी खातिर 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 हर दम तेरी Harda